2023 for their untiring effort to organize this prestigious international conference with interesting theme, Humanizing English Language Teaching, Literature and Translation, Global Perspective. This theme is particularly timely and relevant in today increasingly globalized world. It is more important than ever to find ways to connect with people from different cultures and backgrounds. The papers and presentation that will be shared at this conference will explore too many ways in which we can humanize English language teaching, literature, and translation. They will offer insight into how we can use this discipline to create a more just, equitable, and humane world. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme also encapsulates our shared commitment to not only comprehending the global impact of this discipline, but also recognizing the local nuance that shape our teaching and research methodology. In a world characterized by technological advancement and cultural convergence, our task is to ensure that language teaching, literature, and translation remain rooted in human value and experiences. Over the next few days, we have the opportunity to engage in thought-provoking discussion, exchange innovative idea, provoking discussion, exchange innovation, and delve into the latest research finding that contribute to advancement of English language education. The conference will provide a platform for exploring the harmonious integration of global trends and local sensibility in this following aspect: pedagogical practice, literary analysis, and then translation endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, it's expected to this Eltlt 2023 can produce significant and valuable idea and also design the fullest possible contribution to education system both in Indonesia and the world. In the end of my speech, I would like to congratulate and also by this remark, this conference is officially fun. Let's do our best, enjoy the conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Nur Kudus. Professor Nur Kudus and the distinguished guests, you may proceed to the next activities if there's another agenda to attend. We'd like to thank you for your continuing support to our department and the event. We wish you a pleasant Saturday. Bapak, Ibu pimpinan, dan tamu undangan diperkenankan untuk melanjutkan agenda selanjutnya. Terima kasih atas dukungan Bapak Ibu dalam acara ini.
Terima kasih Mbak Umi, Bu
Thank
Puji,
you,
Bapak Ibu,
Prof.
Pak
Nur
Dekan,
Kudus. Thank
semuanya.
you, Pak
Thank you,
Dekan.
thank you.
Terima kasih.
Selamat pagi.
Pagi.
Terima kasih, Prof. Terima kasih, Pak
Terima
Dekan.
kasih Mbak Yuli.
Terima kasih,
Terima
Pak
kasih,
WD
Pak
1,
Dekan.
Pak WD 2, dan Pak WD 3. Terima kasih. Bapak Ibu Korprodi juga terima kasih kerawuhannya.
Tenun Mbak Yuli.
Pak Dekan.
Tenun Bapak Ibu, maturnuwun, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Dekan.
Terima kasih Pak Dekan.
As the event has been formally opened, we will soon proceed to the first plenary session. And now, it is with pleasure that I'm about to hand over my microphone to the moderator of the first plenary session, Ibu Yuliati, PhD, who will furthermore be the person in charge of the discussion. Ibu Yuliati is the head of English Education Study Program. Ibu Yuliati, the time is completely yours.
Thank you very much, Miss Moderator. Miss MC. Good morning, Bapak Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, and Bapak Ibu, as explained by the MC, I'll be the moderator for these first sessions. But before I call our presenter today, I would like to make sure that Ibu Mary Jane Curry is here.
Yeah, Bu Yuli, I have contacted her just now through email.
Yeah.
I hope she's on the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, Bapak Ibu. So we would like to ask for your some minutes to wait for our speakers to join, because basically we invited her to join at 8 a.m. So that's why she is now on the way to join us. And the committee decided that, yeah, we will start these first sessions at 8 a.m. Thank you very much.
Dikala waktu terus berjalan, gemersik daun bersapaan, menciptakan melodi, tenangkan hati, menemani tapak kecil dalam menggapai mimpi. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyhur nan indah. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, melahirkan nilai yang agung. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, rengku harap barisan unggul. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyhur nan indah.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Semarang, kampus berwawasan konservasi bereputasi internasional, mencetak generasi unggul, cerdas, berkarakter. UNES adalah rumah ilmu pengembang peradaban yang dikelola dengan standar bereputasi internasional. Bersama UNES, kita tunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan Indonesia yang bermutu.
Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, jadi insan berbudaya.
Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris or English Education Study Program Universitas Negeri Semarang is one of the oldest study programs in the Faculty of Languages and Arts, since it's going to be a leading department with international reputation in the field of English education, applied linguistics, and translation. Currently, the English Education Study Program has been nationally accredited with A recognition. It has more than 800 students and holds an international class. The study program offers the best experts in the field of English language teaching, applied linguistics, and translation, with real chance and opportunity for you to be teachers, writers, linguists, translators, and other kinds of professions with excellence in their expertise. Our study program has an academic and administrative supports which bring in an actual place to excel at what you need to learn and study. Interactive is what makes the difference, and a lot of time is allotted for each subject. The teaching modules are thus valuable for students with varying degrees of sophistication. The learning environment is both formal and informal, and the setting of class surroundings is tranquil and beautiful, all combined to make English Education Study Program a unique and thoroughly enjoyable educational opportunity.
The lecturers here in this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. They are passionate about teaching. Also, they can catch up with the demand of new industrial era by implementing not only face-to-face meeting but also online classroom. Our lecturers here are indeed efficient, sincere, dedicated, and empathetic towards students. We have young, energetic members who bring you success in English and English education in particular. Moreover, we have a chance for communication with international audience since it provides intensive lectures, courses with advanced lab and teaching demonstration and training. Our lecturers are highly motivated young specialists aspiring to new knowledge. They can give any more great teaching and learning experience in a very friendly atmosphere. The most important aspect is that this leads to a step-by-step fellowship, leading to a higher level of education. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to contribute to this outstanding study program.
The Literacy Research Center is established to respond to the literacy issues in Indonesia. These ideas comes from our concern of the literacy condition in Indonesia and the programs proposed that are considered as a solution to solve the problem. Under the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and the English Department especially, we have researchers and research associates with strong portfolio in literacy, as well as international and national partners who share similar concerns with us to investigate literacy issues. We disseminate our research findings not only in the form of academic publications such as journal articles and books, but also we share directly those findings to the people needed the most, that is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of programs, we are able to contribute to Indonesian education in general, as well as literacy in particular.
Hello, my name is Parahat. I'm from Turkmenistan. I'm a student of Education and Art Faculty of Universitas Negeri Semarang. In all my years, I don't think I have ever seen lecturer having such a following. He started off with a fairly full room, but once got around, it was nearly standing room only. The lectures were immensely interesting, yet humorous and illustrated with super slides. I shall personally try and have him on this ship again.
Right now, I am 2019 Fulbright Badan Bahasa Indonesian language teaching fellow at Harvard University. So basically, I am a Indonesian language instructor at Harvard Kennedy School, teaching Indonesian language course for foreigners. And prior to my assignment here at Harvard University, I was actually working as an English lecturer in West Borneo at Pamanit Alno College of Education. So I've been very thankful and grateful to be part of English education department at University Negeri Semarang, because I remember when I was there, I found so many an amazing experience, and the professor were tremendously helpful. I joined so many students' activities, which helped me to excel professionally to be where I am today.
I'm now the director of Kampung Inggris Semarang, an English course in Semarang. So I think the skills and the materials that I myself learned and also the teachers learn in the universities are still relevant in our service. I have observed that English education program now provide more courses that enable the students to be ready to teach when later on they become teachers. Even there are some courses that I didn't get when I was still a student. For example, like entrepreneurship, and then ICT for language learning, Eltlt for young learners, and other courses. So I think the English education program is trying to give the best for the students, to provide them with more skills that the students need later on.
That is the teachers. We build teachers' capacity through free workshop and seminar. Hopefully by this kind of program,
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are still waiting for our first plenary speaker, Dr. MJ Curry, Mary Jane Curry, and we are still trying to reach her. And we hope that she would be able to join us soon. And it's 9 p.m., around 9 p.m. in New York, and I hope she is fine. She's okay. It's not usual that she is late for such an academic meeting. So let's keep on hoping that she would be able to join us. So thank you for your patience, everyone.
change is real. It is there to guide us to be more mature. Founded in 1965, Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform into one of the nation's proud state universities. Like a tree, its roots penetrate deeply into the values and traditions of the nation. Its leaves are born to many great young talents. UNNES's vision is to become the world's reputable university, to be a pioneer of educational brilliance with a conservation perspective. This is the vision that guides us to carry out the three dharma of higher education: education, research, and community service. The change in institutional status from Badan Layanan Umum to Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum brought real changes in the academic, institutional, and cultural fields. The greater the autonomy, the more achievements are achieved. Leaner in organizational governance, more real in work and contribution. Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum is like a golden bridge. We are moving faster for achieving international reputations, educational excellence, and conservation insight.
Hello.
Perubahan menjadi PTNBH membuat Universitas Negeri Semarang fleksibel dalam memanfaatkan sumber daya yang ada, sehingga kita bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk bangsa dan negara tercinta.
Hello, MJ.
Just forget that.
Hello.
I need to send my talk. I sent the slides.
Hello, MJ. Good to see you.
Oh, slides. Not slides. I need to send my talk. Oh, fuck.
Di-mute dulu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, MJ.
Hi, Bhuji. I can't hear you
Hi.
yet.
Can you hear my voice, MJ?
You make it big.
Okay.
I
Please
can
take
see, but
over.
I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Let me make sure my sound is on. Okay.
Bu Yuli, please take over.
I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Okay, great. Welcome to the conference.
Oh,
Thank
I
you.
really have to apologize. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, our moderator, Yuliati, is ready. You may start, Bu Yuli.
Thank you very much, Bu Ines. Hello, MJ. How are you?
Oh, I'm really embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I apologize to you and the whole audience. I'm really embarrassed that people are waiting for me. I had in mind that it was Saturday, the conference, because of course it is Saturday for you. So I'm just really sorry about this misunderstanding.
It's okay, no worries. Things happen sometimes, and time differences is sometimes confusing. We must acknowledge that. So it's all fine, MG. Just take your time. Do you need to do other small things first before you start the presentations? It's okay? Or you are okay now?
I do need to get my slides up and ready to show you on my Zoom. So let me just do that. I really appreciate understanding.
Yeah, no worries. It's okay. While waiting for you, we would like to introduce you to the audience.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 12th UNES Virtual International Conference on English Language Teaching, Literature, and Translations, ELTLT 2023. And my name is Yuliati, and I am a lecturer and also researcher at Universitas Negeri Semarang. And today, at this very special occasions, I'll be serving as your moderator. You will be hearing a presentation from Mary Jane Curry on this very timely subject. But before we get started, I wanted to take a few minutes of your time to know more about Mary Jane Curry in a bit. So Mary Jane Curry teaches in the Department of Teaching, Curriculum and Change at the University of Rochester's Warner Graduate School of Education and Human Development, United States of America. She has co-authored and co-edited 7 books, including an A to W of Academic Literacy, Key Concepts and Practices for Graduate Students in 2021 with 6 students, and another book entitled A Scholar's Guide to Getting Published in English, Critical Choices and Practical Strategies, published in 2013 with Teresa Lillis. Curry has been a Fulbright faculty scholar in Chile, a co-associate editor of TESOL Quarterly, and principal investigator of a U.S. Department of Education's grant on English language teaching. She also runs an academic consulting and coaching practices. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving along to our sessions, please welcome Mary Jane Curry, who will be speaking to us on the topic Reimagining Academic Literacy as Central to ELT, English Language Teaching. So, Dr. Curry, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me share my screen first so I can show you my slides. Okay, can you see my screen okay now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, let me set up the slideshow. Whoops. Oh, hold on. I should know this by now after everything we've done with Zoom for the pandemic. Play from start. Oh, this is confusing. Okay, I think this might be as good as I can get it with this. Okay. All right. Good evening here from my time zone in the Eastern United States, and good morning to you, which I now know is your Saturday morning. I really want to apologize to you for the delay and my misunderstanding of the time zone. It is true that it can be confusing, but this was really a big mistake. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Puji Asuti and the conference organizers for inviting me to speak. I'm very honored to be with you. And of course, I'm glad that we have the technology of Zoom to make this possible. I was planning to speak for about 40 minutes. We'll see how things go. But if I'm taking too much time, please feel free to tell me to go faster or to stop. And then I would really hope to have a discussion with you at the end. So I've scheduled about 20 minutes at the end for that, but I'm not sure now with your conference schedule how you want to manage it. I also want to acknowledge that I don't really have a deep knowledge of the Indonesian context of higher education. I've worked with graduate students from Indonesia and colleagues from Indonesia. And of course, I'm aware how the global status of English is playing out in domains like English medium instruction, academic publishing, which is my area of research focus. And I understand there's a lot of pressure in Indonesia on students, undergraduates, master's students, doctoral students, and faculty to publish their work and to do so in English. but I am really going to try to be careful not to make too many assumptions about the Indonesian context, and I would be very interested to learn things that I might have gotten wrong. So please, make sure to let me know that. So I'd like to give, sorry, that was the slide for that little piece of the talk. PhD students under pressure. I thought this cartoon from the Nature Human Behavior magazine was really powerful with this ghost or something leaning over this guy. So I wanted to start with a little bit of background about myself to explain how I developed my interest in academic literacy. When I went to university, which was now 4 decades ago, my major was in English literature. And so I studied American British literature, focusing on poetry. And then I moved into a career in the publishing industry. This is just a picture I found of myself, my college graduation. So this was literally 40 years ago. And I know a lot of us in the field of English language teaching have come that way through the route of literature, that many of us love languages, we love literature, and so we want to pass that on to our students. But these phases of my life, learning literature, working as an editor, gave me a very strong orientation to language and literacy from that perspective of the classics, the so-called standard English, and the idea that you can make your language better, that there's a correct way and an incorrect way to use language. And here I'm really talking about any language, not just English. So I worked a lot to basically correct other people's language. And then after 8 years, I got a little tired of sitting behind a desk and I wanted to do something I thought would make a bigger contribution. And so I got my master's in TESOL. And I learned from some fantastic scholars of language and literacy, and they really began to change my ideas about language. To really open up my thinking about standard English and to realize that there's a lot of other varieties of English and that our ability to communicate does not require us to be using standard language. After that, I lived in Costa Rica for about 6 months and I taught part-time in universities in Boston. And then I decided to do a PhD and I studied with Michael Apple, who is a sociologist of education at the University of Wisconsin and very well-known scholar, not really in language, but in education. And so working with him, Dr. Apple gave me these lenses of sociology and power to looking at language and literacy. And so that has actually a big connection to what I want to talk with you today. I was able to apply all of these ideas to my dissertation study, which was looking at immigrant students in a community college in the United States, which is the US version of open access, low income or low cost option for higher education. So often underprepared students, meaning students who have not been in the best schools that we have in this country, immigrant students, refugee students. It's a place where people can sometimes access higher education if they couldn't otherwise. And then I moved to England after that, and I started working with Dr. Teresa Lillis on the project that we've been working on for about 20 years, looking at how scholars in other parts of the world besides the Anglophone, US, UK, Australia, et cetera, are working to publish their research in English and how English has been spreading and how they're responding to those pressures and practices. So this is kind of how I got to where I am and where I've been thinking now for many years about academic language, academic literacy, and what it does in terms of offering or hindering people from getting access to education and to other aspects of society that we go to with education. So these are just some of the publications from our project, Professional Academic Writing in a Global Context. I'm not going to talk much about that. But as I mentioned, I'm aware that throughout the world, English is becoming in many cases, the common language of internationalized education. So within the Anglosphere, so clearly places like the US, Canada, UK, but also as these universities in these countries are establishing satellite campuses in other places. I'm not sure if this is happening in Indonesia, but certainly it's happening in other countries. Also, higher education institutions offering entire programs in English, even though that's not the local language, like the Central European University, which is in Hungary, and certainly English medium instruction, which is happening all over the world, particularly in education, disciplines of STEM, business, and to a lesser extent, the social sciences. And then that has a follow-on effect in terms of K-12 English medium instruction or in private schools. So we're certainly seeing increasing spread of English in domains of education. And that is, again, kind of foundational to what I want to focus on today in terms of academic literacy. And I thought it was very interesting after this year's conference of the American Association of Applied Linguistics, AAAL, their newsletter sent out a kind of analysis of the proposals to the conference and the percentage, the number that was submitted and the percentage that were accepted. What's interesting here is that the reading, writing, and literacy strand is the fourth most popular. And so this comes back to a conversation that I had with Pooji about why is it so important for us to think about writing? Because I think it is true in many parts of the world that when we think about English language teaching, we mainly think about the speaking and listening, the human interaction with other people. Whereas many of us who are studying literacy are really focusing more on different parts of literacy, which I will define in a minute. So there's, in my own teaching and my own teaching of academic writing, I focus a lot and try to help students focus a lot on the role of definitions in academic writing. And definitions really help us to situate ourselves in exactly what we're kind of the meaning of what we want to talk about. So I'm going to work here to talk about key definitions of these two terms, academic literacy or literacies and English. So as I just mentioned, sort of, in language teaching, we often think in traditional terms of the 4 skills view of language learning. And I imagine most of you, if not everyone, is familiar with this breaking down of language and communication practices into listening, speaking, reading, writing. And then more recently, we've had a little bit more of a integrated model where we see listening and speaking together and reading and writing together, but we're still really thinking of it as discrete skills, even though these 2 sets might cluster more together. So to move from this idea of skills, which really chops up the language and the ways that it's used and what people really do with it in real context, I want to move us to thinking about literacy as a social practice. And this means moving away from thinking about language as a set of skills that we learn in one context and apply in another, which really positions the learning in the individual. To shift to thinking about social practices means we're shifting more to think about what people do as part of society. And of course, whether we like it or not, we're all part of society. And so our communication practices are determined by our society. There's very few of us who can decide we're going to change the rules and have everybody else follow us. If anybody there can do that, please let me know. And this notion this notion of literacy as a social practice comes from Brian Street, who was a very powerful scholar who, based on his grounding in the discipline of anthropology, brought this idea of social practices to thinking about literacy as a social practice. So defining social practices as patterns of activity. Within literacy, thinking about now particularly academic literacy, literacy would be the kinds of communications that happen in academic contexts, and not only reading and writing, but what I'm doing now, speaking, what you're doing now, listening. I'm using graphics, we're using multimodality, we're using digital technology. When students are in a classroom, they may be speaking with each other, they may be listening to a lecturer, they may be doing something with technology. All of these things are kinds of academic literacies. One way to connect social practices and literacies is the notion of genre. And genre is French for type. It's just a fancy way of saying type. But definitions of genre, a powerful early definition of genre in writing studies came from Susan Miller as the typified rhetorical actions based in recurrent situations. So that's very academic. Basically, we could say the kinds of communications that develop the same patterns or characteristics as they happen over and over again in similar kinds of situations. Another scholar calls them socially situated, recognizable patterns, and they are also historically and culturally situated. So we know from cultural communication that what I might write to somebody as a letter is going to look different than what someone from another culture might write, just in terms of some of the formatting, some of the language, even maybe the paper, all kinds of parts of it. And the other important thing here is that it's almost impossible to identify and understand genres unless we understand their context. So Dacia Hamuda calls it meaningless in isolation. And of course, usually we're bringing to bear our cultural knowledge when we read or engage with genres. Okay, so I'm moving pretty quickly here from skills to social practices to academic literacy as a kind of social practice, and academic literacies in the plural, meaning that there's multiple ways that we think about academic communications. And within academic literacies, thinking about genre as a way to understand the forms and the formats of communication that take place. So often people talk about genre having three main aspects or characteristics. The first is, what is the purpose? What is the reason for creating a particular genre? So why do I create a PowerPoint to give a presentation? Because it's a convenient digital technology to both show you something in text and to have something that we can share that will, it's easier for listeners if they can look at something at the same time, if it's not too much, to get a little bit of a connection to what a speaker is saying. Okay, so what's the purpose for a text? The second aspect is the audience. Who is the audience? So I am addressing you as an academic audience. That gives me some freedom to use some terminology and some more, in the case of English, language that comes from Latin and Greek, rather than more informal language. And to use concepts that I can be confident, or I can hope that I will be able to be comfortable that you will understand if I'm explaining them well, or if you already know them. Okay. And the third thing is the format. So what does the text look like? What does the genre look like? This is standard PowerPoint. I don't have any fancy, I haven't paid for any extras on PowerPoint. I'm just using the affordances that the PowerPoint program on my computer gives me. So it can have some different colors, different fonts. The print here is white, it could be black. So these are fairly basic things. There are more advanced formatting options on PowerPoint, as I'm sure you know, with animations and videos and music, and I tend to stay away from those because I want to make sure that things work to the extent that I can control them. Okay, so coming back to the question of academic literacies, why do I say academic literacies in the plural? If we think about the anthropological notion of social practices, it's multiple things happening at the same time. So academic literacies, as I mentioned, social practices of communicating in domains of education, in particular in higher education. You will hear some people in the United States using the term academic literacy or literacies to talk about K-12 education, but in the literature, it's generally higher ed. Excuse me, and it expands traditional focus on reading and writing to include oral, digital, multimodal technologies, including everything that we've just talked about. And so that brings in the plural. And in addition, it takes into account the anthropological context of the social context, power dynamics, structural affordances, meaning the material resources that are available to students, to lecturers, to administrators, and individual identities of the people who are involved in higher education. Okay, It's always interesting doing these talks when I can't see most of the people who are here, but I hope that people will be saving questions and comments for me. Okay. This last point about understanding genre in context, understanding academic practices in the context of cultures. I want to come back a little bit to think about skills and to think about some of the common ways that most people think about language. And one way to think about this is the transparency metaphor, the transparency ideology of language, where we tend to think, especially when we're learning a language in a kind of beginning way, that if I want to learn, what is the word for watch? There's a word in English, there's a word in another language. I know what a watch is, I know how to say it in the other language. But we know that pretty quickly when we get beyond that basic level, and sometimes even at that basic level, especially in English, because many words mean different things, the only way we really take meaning from a word is by understanding its context. And this can happen even at the level of discrete sentences or words. So as an example, I looked up the definition of the word bank in the Oxford English Dictionary online. Now, if we were in person, I would be asking some people to tell me what the definition is. So I'm going to have to do that for us. It gives three main definitions. It gave us 6, but these are the 3 main ones. Which the first one is the edge of a river, the kind of piece of land that's over a river, right? 2 sides of a river, you would call them the banks. There's also the bank, and this is one of the oldest definitions. There's also a bank as an institution where we do things with money. We put money into our bank accounts, we take money out, we pay for whatever, we go to the bank. We want a loan, we go to the bank, okay? And the third one is a little bit more abstract, which is a set or array of similar items, pieces of equipment. So these are like sets of things. It's not immediately obvious whether and how these words actually have any connection with each other in terms of their meaning. Same word, different meanings. And if we were studying etymology, we could talk about that, but we're not. But we know as language teachers and as users of language that if I ask you, did you get to the bank this morning? Your answer would be very different depending on if I knew you had gone to go grocery shopping or run some errands versus I knew you were down at the river and you fell out of the boat and I wanted to know, did you get back to the bank? Okay, all right. So without knowing the context, if I ask you, did you get to the bank? You don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what to expect as an answer. Okay, so these are really trivial examples, but they show us that especially in languages like English that have multiple meanings for one word, the context is extremely important. But I think the principle that context is where the meaning comes from is probably fairly universal with languages. Okay.
Excuse me,
Sure.
Mary. I think you still have around 5 minutes before we go to the next question and answer sessions. Is that be fine?
I can. That's fine. I can speed up. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. So just briefly then, very briefly, some of the meaning that we take in academic language comes from the academic discipline. So the same word bank will have different meanings in the field of economics, in the field of geography, etc. So the principle that language takes its meaning in ordinary language also holds in academic language. So this is a particularly useful book for thinking about academic language in different disciplines. Okay, let me skip over. I just wanted to make a few points about English. That was the other thing I wanted to get to, was that we know about English varieties that have emerged in both colonial and non-colonial contexts. So when we think about teaching English, we really need to think more broadly about what kinds of English are we teaching. So if we put that together with the question of teaching academic literacy in English, we're really looking at very complicated intersections. So what I wanted to end this talk with was talking about what kind of pedagogy is valuable for thinking about how to bring these things together. So let me jump down to academic English and an approach to teaching it. Some of the reasons that we use academic literacy in higher education, not just for sharing ideas, but for learning, for being evaluated, for developing our identities. And then I have a couple of examples of genres in different places. Let me jump down further here. Okay. So the reason I included these genres, these were from two different research projects. This one was a list of academic genres from our School of Education that I created with a former student of mine. And you can see here a lot of different genres just within the field of education. And we categorize these as analytic, reflective, and professional. In another study about engineers and engineering students writing for publication, another list of genres included, and this is not complete, but included laboratory notes, notebook, blurbs, grant applications, all kinds of things, all related to the field of engineering or the multiple fields of engineering, but still very different genres. They would each have their own audience, purpose, and format. So thinking about a genre-based pedagogy, I was going to explain one approach that I took in terms of gathering text from professors in the discipline for a project I was working on. And I used those texts to show to students from one research project what it looks like to have a grant application, a research report, a book review, a book chapter, different publications, or not even necessarily publications, how they were similar and different in terms of their audiences, their purposes, their format, how the language is used, how it changes, how it remains the same, doing both broader analyses of the structure of the text to see how the moves of the text are executed throughout the text, and the linguistic analysis of the register. How is language used on the sentence level within the context of the text? So these have been written up in publications, so I apologize. I don't have time to go through it carefully, but I can make sure you have access to them. So coming to the conclusion, social practices and genres are the foundations of academic literacies. And to support students in developing academic literacies, we need to go beyond teaching writing as discrete pieces of language, mechanics, just sentences, or even isolated paragraphs. And one approach that I've used takes text sets that are authentic from professors in the fields, specific disciplines, to show students how genres are constructed and interrelated so they can try to produce them themselves. So thank you very much. Apologies again for the time problem.
Thank you very much, Mary, for that very insightful presentations. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have a question and answer sessions. So if you have questions for our speaker today, please raise your hands. Use your reactions feature in your Zoom. Or you can also add your questions to the chat. Please mention your name and your institutions before addressing your questions.
I see one question in the chat.
Yeah,
should I read?
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have some questions addressed through the chat. So the first question is from Bapak Agung Ginanjar, and then Bapak Risang Baskara, and also Ibu Yusnita is also raising her hand. Thank you very much. And we would like to invite Pak Agung Ginanjar, ya. Okay. Oh, okay, so Pak Agung Ginanjar asking about as English proficiency becomes increasingly essential for global communications and economic opportunities, how can society strike a balance between encouraging ELT or English language skills and preserving cultural heritage? Yeah. How can educational institutions and policymakers support bilingualisms or multilingualisms while nurturing a strong sense of cultural identity?
This is a great question. I really appreciate this question. I think it's super important. Actually, I'm a strong believer in biliteracy. I think everything I've talked about here tonight or this morning, depending on where you are, is applicable across languages. The genre approach for pedagogy works for any kind of language text written in any kind of language. And I think it's really important for societies to be developing their own registers of academic language and not importing everything from English. So I think some of that has to do with policy at the institutional and the government level. One of my current PhD students from Tanzania was telling me that the Tanzanian government has finally shifted back from a kind of English-only policy in some K-12 contexts to allowing Swahili, which is the kind of link language in Tanzania, to be used again in the schools. And it just makes so much more sense. We know that students learn better when they learn in their own language.
Thank you. Dr. Curry or MG, we would like to call it with a lovely endearment, yeah, MG.
Thank you.
And now we have the second questions from Pak Risang Baskara. Pak Risang, are you here, Pak Risang? Would you like to address your questions directly, Pak Risang? No? All right. So I would like to read the question from Pak Risang, Bapak Ibu. Pak Risang Baskara is from Universitas Sanata Dharma. Recognizing the reimagined role of academic literacy as central to ELT and its multifaceted integrations into language educations, how can institutions of higher education develop a curriculum that transcends traditional language proficiency to foster critical thinking, cultural awareness, digital literacy, and real-world applications, thus aligning language educations with the complexities and demands of 21st century academia and professional landscapes? Wow, very good questions. Dr. Curry,
wow, is right.
provide us with some enlightenment related to that.
Well, that's a great question as well, and it's a tall order. I mean, I think some of the answer to that question comes maybe in the curriculum being developed from the ground up, with the instructors working together with administrators and students. And I mean, I think in higher education, there's a lot of flexibility. Again, I don't know exactly what happens in the Indonesian context, whether professors or instructors have the flexibility and the autonomy to create their own materials. But I think when we can move away from textbooks, especially textbooks that might be imported from other countries, to be developing curriculum by using authentic materials, understanding what it is that students want to learn and need to learn. So whether that's engineering by looking at authentic texts or education, there's a whole, especially with the internet, there's a whole world of digital texts that are accessible now. I think that requires some training and curriculum development, but I think that the faculty are well equipped to understand how to bridge what is available through these authentic texts with what will help students to learn. And I think students are more motivated and more excited about learning when they see that their learning has come and connected to the real world. I don't know, again, if this is what's happening in Indonesia, but whether schools are connected with local industries or businesses, but getting some connection to the real world and seeing, for example, what kinds of communications are being used in those contexts. That's a kind of research project that students could be involved in, as an example. I don't know if that hits all of the parts of that question. I think it's possible to
Brilliant.
hit critical thinking, digital literacy. We've got a lot of them. So yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant explanations. Thank you, MG. And now I think we still have time for one more question from Ibu Yusnita Sylvia Ningrum. Yeah, would you like to address your question directly, Ibu?
Yes, thank you, Bu Yuli. May I?
Yeah, Ibu.
Okay. Yes, good morning from Indonesia, Kari. I hope you are, I hope my voice is clearly heard there. So finally, I can see you face to face, even though we are, on screen, because currently I'm reading some of your papers with with Professor or Dr. Lilis and Kari. So, yeah. I have two questions actually, but my first, one of the question is similar to Dr. Pak Risan Baskara question from Sanata Dharma. It's about the applications of this academic literacy perspective in teaching English as a foreign language. So I don't want to repeat that question. Now my question is dealing with how to implement these social practices, or in your terms, genre-based practices for the publication or professional development of, say, PhD students. Because when we take a look at the elements of genre perspective, then we have to pay attention on the format, on the purpose, and on the audience of the text that we are being produced. Sometimes it is a little bit contradictory with what happened in the reality, especially when we are talking about the pressure of PhD students to publish their research-based article in a certain level or standardized indexing journal. So some publishers are categorized into higher or much more qualified than any other journal publishers. At the same time, when a writer, someone who wants to produce text, they also have to follow a certain format. Yes, I agree with that. To comply with a certain discourse community. But in other types, sometimes more, like political, in your words, with Lilis, with Dr. Lilis' term, there are more political or more something like political intrigue, in my own word, in understanding words. I appreciate Dr. Lilis. I'm sorry if I'm understood it wrongly, but yes, while you are here, I want to hear from you directly. So for someone now struggling to cope with that kind of pressure from the institution, but also apply with the certain standard of the journal publisher. So what is the thing that we can do to produce standardized text? Thank you.
Thank you yes, that's a very important question. I actually believe very strongly that this genre analysis approach, and it's not just I believe, it's also been demonstrated in our research and other research, that analyzing, for example, if there's a particular journal that you or someone wants to publish in, and I teach this to my own students in my course on writing for publication, it's extremely useful to get to know that journal very deeply. And so analyzing in kind of multiple layers. So starting off with, what are the topics and problems and issues that the journal is concerned with? One of the reasons people sometimes get rejected is that their topics doesn't match what the journal is saying. Another is to analyze, something weird just happened to the light here. Okay, sorry about that. Is to analyze, wait, I can fix this. So starting with the kind of big picture of what are the topics, what are the questions the journal is looking at, but also looking specifically at what are the guidelines of the journal, what's the format of their article. A lot of authors, excuse me, I'm just going to turn off one light here. Maybe. A lot of authors don't pay attention to the author guidelines, and so they don't meet the word requirement. There's usually a word limit And so a common reason that manuscripts get rejected is authors are not complying with the formatting guidelines. But you can also look at the formatting in a more fine-grained level to see what's the structure of the sentences that the authors are using who have published in that paper. What are the common phrases that they're using? We have a whole bank, so to speak, a bank of common phrases that people use, transitional words, therefore, moreover, those kinds of words. So all of those texts examples of articles from the journal where someone wants to publish can be a text to be deconstructed and to serve as both a model and a heuristic to understand what is common across the articles in this journal. So when I'm teaching students about writing for publication, and I ask them to choose 3 journals that they think their particular paper with a particular topic and argument, where would the best journals be for this paper, not just for my work in general, but for this paper. And then I ask them to explore those journals very carefully and figure out what's the word limit for an article? Is it 6,000 words? Is it 8,000 words? How long is the abstract? What are the different sections of the paper? And then within an article to go very deeply into deconstructing each paragraph, each sentence. How does the introduction start? What kind of information is included in the introduction? So I think this genre analysis approach works extremely well. A lot of times people don't, and this can be a problem of resources. If people don't have access to the journal, they just know about a journal and they submit a manuscript, then they're missing all of that key information. And so it's very common to get rejected in that case because you have to be a good fit for a journal. And if you don't know what they're looking for, it's hard to meet it, right? So yeah, I think this approach can be really helpful in deconstructing. So I think, thinking about any kind of writing at any level, we're not writing in a vacuum. If we're teaching our kids to write a thank you letter for a gift, we're teaching them a genre. We're teaching them, here's the format, here's the, I was going to show you guys an interesting example of some greeting cards that are very ambiguous in their language, but they take their meaning from the purpose and the audience. So yeah, thank you for that question.
Thank you very much, MG, for the very comprehensive answers. And also thank you for Pak Agung and then Pak Risang Paskara and also Bu Yusnita for the very good questions. Well, I'm sorry. Once again, thank you very much, Mary Jane Curry, for addressing the interesting topic about academic literacy, academic writing, and social practices within the context of English language teaching. And on behalf of the Committee of Eltlt 2023, we would like to present you with a certificate. And once again, thank you very much, Mary, for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that it's time for us to give big applause to Dr. Mary Jane Curry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mary. And let's call it a day, ladies and gentlemen, for these first sessions of the the plenary sessions of this conference. And I would like to send the screen back to our lovely MC. Thank you very much, Mary, and have a good day.
Thank you, MJ.
See you
Thank
in
you.
the next event.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nice weekend.
Yeah. Thank
All
you,
right.
Bapak
Enjoy your
Ibu,
writing
and-
retreat.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak Ibu, and once again, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished joining an engaging discussion with Mary Jane Curry, PhD. Thank you very much as well for Ibu Yuliati, who has guided the discussion session. And now it is with pleasure that I'm about to hand over my microphone to the moderator of the second plenary session, Ibu Novia Trisanti, MPD, who will furthermore be the person in charge of the discussion. Ibu Novia, the time is completely yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear my voice, Madam Master of Ceremony?
Yes, Ibu.
All right. Thank you very much for the time. Okay, I will start the second plenary session. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of plenary presentation of the 12th UNES Virtual International Conference on English Language Teaching, Literature, and Translation. Well, my name is Novia Trisanti, okay, and it's an honor and delighted for me to be the moderator for this insightful session and presenting one of our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Hui Chen Ye. Yeah. Hello, good morning, Prof. Yeah. So I call you Prof. Yeah, or
Yeah, sure.
Prof. Okay, not Prof. Hui, yeah, Prof. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you. So how are you today, Prof? Yeah.
Good. How are you? Thank you
I'm
for having
fine.
me.
Yes, thank you for joining us and having a second plenary presentation. So what time is it in Taiwan now?
Actually, I'm in China, Xiamen.
Oh, I
10
see.
o'clock.
Okay.
10 o'clock. Yes.
Okay, so 1 hour after Indonesia.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the presentation and discussion, please allow me to read the biography of Professor Dr. Hui Chin Ye. So, Dr. Hui Chin Ye is currently a distinguished professor in the Department of Applied Foreign Languages at National Yunlin University of Science and Technology in Taiwan. Her research interests center on EFL teacher education, computer-assisted language learning, EFL reading and writing, and multiliteracies. She published more than 50 SSCI papers, so a lot of papers. She received Distinguished Young Scholar Awards in 2011, 2017, 2020, and 2023 from the National Science and Technology Council, a 2016 Role Model Award in Teaching and Mentoring, 2014 and 2020 Research Excellence Awards, a 2022 Service Excellence Award from her university, and her course has been certified as a quality e-learning course from the Ministry of Education in Taiwan in 2011. So, wow, Prof. Ye has got many outstanding awards.
Thank you.
Yeah. In addition, in recognition of several different language systems developed and 5 patent achievements were honored with the TW Patent DB. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the short but very excellent curriculum vitae of Professor Dr. Hui Chen Ye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the topic that Prof. Ye would like to present today is about nurturing students' multiliteracies through multimodal projects. And ladies and gentlemen, this topic is very interesting and challenging since today multiliteracies pedagogy also embodied teaching in all levels in our country. So I think Prof. Ye's paper presentation will be very insightful for all of us today. So ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Ye will have a 40 minutes presentation, and then there will be 15 until 20 minutes of question and answers. So if you have any questions to Prof. Ye later, I think you can write questions in the chat box available, and then later I will read the questions. So without any further ado, Professor Hui Chanye will be sharing with us her paper. And now let's welcome Prof. Ye. So the screen is yours, Prof. Ye.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So are you able to see my screen? Maybe it's still running.
Yeah, it's already on right now. So I can see that.
I cannot change it to the presentation mode. Okay, it's running. Okay, so thank you for having me. Thank you for such wonderful introduction. It's my great honor, to share my research in the past maybe 20 years. I've been working in this institute for the last 20 years, and today I'm going to recap what I have done and what kind of project I engage my student in, and how I turn this into publication to share with the wider scholarship, so people can have the dialogue about multiliteracy. And actually my talk is aligned with the previous plenary talk, because Mary also talked about social practice and how do we engage students in using this full language with purposeful and authentic purpose. So so this project, I started connect all my dots as teachers and researchers. And I like to start with the quote by Steve Jobs. He says, "You cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future." And so in the past 20 years, I have constantly think of my students, how can I prepare them and how can I help them improve their multiliteracy. So my belief is that a constant dropping will wear a hole in the stone. So it takes a long time to improve myself, improve this project, and learn from my own failure to improve in the future project. So starting from my concerns for my students, because I'm teaching in the Department of Applied Foreign Language. So I've been struggling how to prepare my English major student to be more competitive. And how do I turn them from passive learner to active learner? So I figured like different form of multimodality should be used to nurture them to have authentic purpose so that their multiliteracy can be improved. And my course, the course I've been teaching is called Multimedia English. And so in the past few years, I engaged them in content creating project in order to turn them from passive knowledge consumer to knowledge producer. So they need to make use of this knowledge to create the project for their authentic audience. So I've been using different affordance for them to achieve this goal. For example, earlier, they would use video, like YouTube video, to promote Taiwan culture. And later, there's a different technology affordance like VR, AR, and educational robot. So with the purpose in mind, originally I like them to use YouTube to promote Taiwan culture in the target language through multimodal video project. And so their audience would be wider. And as we know that EFL instruction has emphasized heavily on the linguistic part. So learning has become fragmental, and they learn the different skills without integrating them together. So this conventional form of literacy pedagogy actually centered on the abstract linguistic system, which is detached from a broader and socially constructed multimodal perspective, and only emphasize the development of the contextual skill. So with this problem, I tried to understand the literature told us that actually the traditional literacy should have the paradigm shift to using multimodality to help our students to nurture their multiliteracy. So in the past 20 years, actually, multimodality has been widely discussed in the literature. And multimodality can have these 5 different modes or even more, because different author, different researcher, they define it differently. But basically, these 5 different modes can be combined to express your meaning or create the project. So the purpose of the project is that I can have my students using these different modes to convey their meanings, to introduce Taiwan culture, and gradually they can transform from knowledge consumer to knowledge creator. So with the emerging technology, this become more possible than before. And the use of technology alters the approach in curriculum design and in the pedagogy presentation. So I have conducted different projects to help students using this multimodal idea to become material developer by making the video. And research indicate that the means of this different technology can largely propelled by the affordance of the digital technology. So in my class, they are asked to produce YouTube video, and I have collected the video and the reflective essay, and also in the final week, they can do the PowerPoint presentation, and in the presentation, I asked them some prompting question to reflect on the entire semester's project. And in the process, they are encouraged to draw concept map, so they know which component they want to include, which information. So this is one of the group. I have 70 students in my class, so I group them into 9 or 10 groups. And this is one of group, they introduce Taiwan culture. It's called Bapwe, and the meaning is throwing woods to get a car in Taiwan. What does it mean for Taiwan culture? And this is the screenshot from their video, and they introduce this ritual in Taiwan, and the original throwing wood comes from shell, and later, because it's fragile, and they turn it into wood. And another group, let me present some of the example of students' work. These students, they introduce Taiwan's temple. Okay, takes time to run. So with the purpose of introduce Taiwan culture in mind, okay, students make the video, and they use narration, illustration, and different form of multimodality in order to express their meaning. It's a bit probably it's a little bit too big, so okay. Sorry,
That's okay, Prof. Yeah.
Yeah,
Take your time.
file might be, the file might be too big. Okay, let me. Okay, let me restart my PowerPoint again because it died. The file is too big.
Okay.
Yeah.
You still have time. That's
Okay.
okay. Take your time.
Okay, let me share my screen and see if that works. Sorry, it's really too difficult to run the video. So maybe I would just, maybe I would just describe the project instead of playing the video.
Yeah, that's okay,
If-
Prof. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I can share the PowerPoint because the video is embedded in the PowerPoint later. So audience can have some ideas about the video. Oh, actually it's running. Now, are you able to view the video?
Yes, it's clear enough.
Okay.
Taoism is the most spiritual support for most people in Taiwan. There are a lot of gods taking charge of different fields. People worship them according to their personal needs. But they still took the risk, believing in Mazu for protection on their voyage. Therefore, she holds a high status in people's hearts. The name Mazu directly
And they
translates
introduced the
into
history
a life of a
and
mortal. During
the
the Song
background.
Dynasty in the year
They
9th
even
century,
interview
Huo
the
Niang
local
went into a trance
people
to save her family.
to get to understand their
However,
belief.
she was disrupted by her unaware mother. From that day, she used her powers to save fishermen on the sea. Out of all Mazu temples,
I use the map. Okay, so this provides us a whole picture of how they use different modality to introduce the one of the ritual. And another example is students use illustration. Okay, they introduce it just takes a little bit time because each video is so big. This is the example. Students draw their own illustration because they want to introduce Taiwanese tea. So as the title, you can see they tweak TEI into TEA as tea culture and combine different words together to express their intended meaning. So they can use their own creativity in many different ways to introduce the culture they want to present to the world. Another project, because students have been making videos, so I try to enter them to context, so they would be more highly motivated. So I have entered them into documentary project, and the students got selected as the best documentary. So this would be another example. And this is only 1 minute
Have you ever questioned why,
documentary.
after decades of hard work, the air pollution problem still continues to grow? Tai Jing, in the documentary Under the Dome, said, "What I smell is not the smell of air pollution, but the taste of money." Naomi Klein, a Canadian journalist, said, regarding climate change, "The focus of change is not carbon emissions, but runaway commercialism. And we all live under the shadow of runaway commercialism. Banknotes are our medium of communication. To expose how runaway commercialism overheats the earth, we began our suffocating project, Coal Ash, a byproduct of burned coal, made into ink. It contains carbon particles and hazardous toxins like sulfur dioxide, day after day breaking our bodies, sacrificing our health."
Okay, so we can see this is only like 1 minute and 30 seconds, but students need to manipulate all kinds of multimodality in order to make this documentary. And later, because I was not satisfied, because some of the students' projects are not in good quality because they stay in the surface level. So at next stage, at that time, I was the department chair. So I have more time and I have more opportunity to collaborate with different faculty around the campus. So, so I collaborate with my colleague in my department, and then we integrate different courses together. Like I integrate my multimedia English with advanced writing and also translation class. So actually these 3 classes have the same students, but we just integrate 3 different classes together. And my class focus on media because they need to use this technology to enhance their expression. And my colleague in the writing class helped me to improve the content they want to present with the technology. And translation because we want the video to be bilingual. So Chinese and English can go together in the video. So with this in mind, we enter students to the context, and they have won national competition with 6 awards with a lot of scholarship. And so the award really motivate them because they not only obtain the scholarship, but also the award. And this is one of the example of the video. They introduced sun cake. I'm afraid it's really too big, so it's a bit hard to run it now. So at that time, I just analyze how they perceive the benefit of doing all this project and publish this paper in the Q1 journal. And this is very top journal. And so this is a great reference how I put my ideas together and analyze their learning in terms of their multiliteracy in this paper. And later, as I mentioned, they entered the competition as part of the course. And this idea is published in language, culture, and curriculum. And earlier, Professor Mary mentioned that in our EFL context, most of our textbooks are imported from native-speaking country like America, UK, okay, and that brings some problem because most of our students, they only learn the target culture without knowing how to introduce our own culture in the target language. But for real communication, actually other peoples want to learn us as a person. So that's why I want my students to use the language to introduce what they feel value in our own culture. So this idea is published in Technology, Pedagogy, and Education with the title Enhancing EFL Learners' Intra-Cultural Development as Culture Communicator through YouTube video. So this intro part is very last presented in the existing literature. And later, as I mentioned, I have more opportunity to collaborate with the faculty in other departments. And so I work with the faculty in Department of Heritage and Conservation. And we have some hands-on workshop to introduce the material and the bamboo. So when my students are making this video and material, they know much more and much deeper about the content itself, rather than just stay in the surface level. So these are all video, and they walk through the Saturday workshop to have hands-on experience with this bamboo and understand the material and everything. And they cut the bamboo to make it the fence. And following by that, I just found that students' project improved much more because they know the context and they know the material better. And this is the example of quality improved after the workshop. They introduce our typical architect.
Take advantages of natural materials to bricklaying their home. 三合院. They live in a house made by rammed earth, layered by layered, which combined with mud, rice husk, rice hull. Using their wisdom and intelligence, they built a home which is flexible and strong. In Taiwanese, this is so-called tokatsu. For those who are short of money, rammed earth house is the only material they are proud of. Intensive connection with the mud also symbolizes the strong cohesion. That is to say, nothing can destroy them. Sanheyuan wouldn't always be like the same looks.
Yeah, so this is example after the workshop and how students get deeper meaning of tokatsu. As she mentioned, they never know about the material of the architect. And later in the past 3 years, I started the national cross-nation collaboration with the faculty in New Zealand. So their students in New Zealand are the beginner level of Chinese learning. And my students are the third year of multimedia English class in third year of the college. And so we do the cross-nation collaboration, and students are allowed to create different digital products. So some of the students introduce their cuisine by creating digital brochure. Some of students, they are all bilingual because they are learning languages and trying to exchange the language through the project. And yeah, they introduce cuisine, and they introduce the local city. And this presentation is in the website, and the earlier is brochure. And some of the group, this is website introduction, and this group do the digital story
Is about students' life.
and they introduce 2 different topics.
My name is Wang Shiqiao.
Yeah, and
Just
these are
call
the
me
participants
Joey. I
for the
live
project.
in Berlin, Taiwan. Some English teaching course. I want to be an
小老师
And this native
这是那我在我们家旁边的学校骑摩托车，我们来看影片。
Yeah, so he speaks Chinese to introduce his culture to Taiwanese students.
我们喜欢做一些户外活动。我不认识我的同学。
Welcome to our.
Yeah, and this group, they make a digital storytelling, storyteller, become storyteller in the this digital storytelling. So you can see different groups, they have the liberty to create different style of digital product with 2 different language, and they exchange their idea because they need to present it in 2 different language. So they become each other's tutor to correct each other's language. And in the end, they present this final product with multi-modality form. And this is another example.
在这个世界上，我们很常会忽略一个很重要的东西。
It is water. Water once helped us power our creations and create useful forms of power.
水曾经帮助我们创造动力，进而制造了有用的能源。
Water plays an important part as an efficient coolant for vehicles. It is essential to make transport possible.
水对机器上作为冷却液也扮演一个很重要的角色，它对运输来说是必要的角色。
The ocean covers more than 70% of the surface of our planet, and about 97% of water resources are found in our ocean.
Okay, this example gives sense how they mingle 2 language to achieve the goal. And in this project, we call it Wow Me because we want students to wow the audience to impress them. And so this following by that, that's the second year of collaboration with these students and faculty in New Zealand. And the second year we call it kindling, and they make this bilingual story. They introduced a very famous story in ancient times called Journey to the West. Yeah, so this story is in the form of two language, English and Chinese. Yeah, and this is another group. They introduced Aboriginal culture. Yeah, and second example will introduce the different
There are two families enjoying the food in a restaurant.
These two
One is New Zealand family, the other is Taiwanese family.
台湾的小朋友用筷子指着纽西兰的家庭问：“妈妈，为什么他们用刀叉吃东西？”下一秒，他马上被妈妈制止。
Taiwanese child point the New Zealand family with a chopstick and ask,
"Mom, why are they eating with the fork and the knife?"
His mother stops him immediately.
纽西兰妈妈借此机会教育，并说：“我们用刀叉指别人，就跟他们用筷子指别人一样，是不礼貌的。”
New Zealand's mother takes this opportunity to teach them and say,
"Pointing at someone with a knife or fork is impolite, just like pointing at someone with chopsticks." 他们吃饱后回家打麻将。纽西兰小孩对于台湾爸爸的内裤感到好奇，并问：“你红色内裤上的字是什么？”台湾的爸爸就说：“在台湾，我们打麻将穿红色内裤会带来好运。”
After they finish the meal, they go home and play mahjong together. New Zealand's child is interested in Taiwanese father's underpants and asks,
"What is the meaning of the word on your red underpants?"
Taiwanese father says,
"In Taiwan, we will wear red underpants to bring the good luck." 纽西兰家庭就说
Yeah, so this is another student's product. So as a result, we can learn that students try their best to present their own culture. Actually, they don't want to lose their face. So they do a lot of many rounds of revision in order to perfect themselves. And so they can like attract and attract audience and have the global viewers in their mind instead of just having the instructor reading or watching their final product. So learners become more actively involved in this creation of multimodal artifact in developing their multiliteracy. And they need to read a lot and write a lot. And also they need to have their audience in mind, how to attract their attention in their video creating. So with this idea, okay, we also publish in the journal Research on Technology in Education and Eltlt, as I mentioned, how they are using video making project to improve their writing skill. So we analyze their concept map, their writing, their reflection in order to share this finding and results with the wider scholarship in our field. And how much time do I still have?
3 more minutes.
Oh, 3 more minutes. So I will quickly go through another project. So with promoting Taiwan culture in mind, another project, students use VR, virtual reality, to introduce the local culture again, as I mentioned about this intraculture idea of maintaining a sense of their own culture, heritage, and identity instead of just learning others. And as a result of having them presenting their culture, I found that students nurture this social value and behavior, and also this create a benchmark for recognizing the uniqueness of this diverse identity, and they enhance their communication skills as they need to do the final project, and they enrich their discussion when talking to foreigners. As I mentioned, they don't just introduce the target culture anymore. They know how to introduce Taiwan culture to their interlocutor, and they boost their confidence and facilitate their language development, and gradually they are nurtured to become social cultural agents who are able to know themselves, introduce themselves to the world, and technology are just different affordance. Okay, and so I will quickly skip and talk about this VR. So another project I use this tool. This is free from Hong Kong. It's called Adventure VR. The interface of the website might be a little different right now because I used this about 3 years ago, but now it's still available for you to use because it's free. It's also an application in our cell phone, so we can download Adventure VR to present our content. So take a look at this. Each one of them is just different content, like introduce the geography or history of something. And these are the different functions in the Adventure VR. You can create the 360 degree of the picture, and you can have the tag, have the multiple choice called MC portal from one side to another, and voice answer. You can view it and answer with the cell phone voice and treasure. These are all embedded feature in that free website called Adventure VR. And this is the teaching procedure I went through for this VR project. Okay, and these are just the procedure to download each content created by the user. These are not my students. All of the product are in the Adventure VR. This is the cell phone screenshot. You can just click the application and the content can be viewed and download following the step. And so I have this application introduced by my students. So this is my students product for the VR, and they introduced National Science Museum in Taichung, and the dots is just like enter. And viewer can see the content created by students.
Hi, my dear adventurer. Welcome to the National Museum of Natural Science. I'm Gary, the Doctor of Life Science. Today I'm gonna take you to
and the content is just the picture, and then you can have a voice introducing the picture. So students need to go to the site and take the picture with cell phone or with the camera, and then create different content for different sites connecting with one theme. And this is the function in Adventure VR.
Welcome to the gateway to the living world. Have you ever seen a jellyfish 2 meters in diameter, a piece of kelp 4 meters long, or a virus 2.5 meters tall?
Okay, after a little bit of introduction, okay, viewer can have the interaction like multiple choice. Okay, the viewer can just stop to answer the question generated by the creator like this. Like after viewing the creator asks that, do you know how tall is the jellyfish that we can see in this area? So there's a content, they can double check their comprehension. Yeah, so this is the VR project. Okay, since we are running out of time, I'll just share with you how and where this paper is published. Okay, and if you are interested, you can read it. This paper is published in Interactive Learning Environment. This is Q1 journal, actually. I didn't update it. Enhancing students' intercultural learning experience through VR. Okay, so given the limited time, here's the my quick sharing for what I did for the past 20 years and hope it help you. And yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. Yeah. So it's very inspirative, beneficial, challenging, and thoughtful presentation, I think. Well, we still have about 12 minutes having a discussion and question and answer session. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can deliver the questions by writing it in a chat box available, or maybe you want to directly deliver the questions to Prof. Ye. Maybe you can give emoticons of raise hands. All right, we have one question from. All right, okay, wait a minute.
Assessment, right? The first question.
Yeah, the first question from Ibu Ira Mutiaraningrum. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ibu Ira Mutiaraningrum, are you there? Sorry, are you here? The screen, okay. So where are you from? Well, okay, I will directly read the questions. How should we best assess multimodal video project that uses different ways of communication and covers both English skills and different modes?
Wow, thank you for the question. Yeah, it's very helpful question to help audience. Actually, in 2013, I published a paper about this topic, assessment. And so what we do is we update it and we tweak the existing rubric. So actually, there's a rubric for different mode and that you can assess. And some of the researcher, they turn it into Likert scale. So you can assess students' linguistic mode and the oral mode and the spatial mode with the guiding question. So the paper is published in British Journal of Educational Technology. I can provide the reference in the download box, so it's easy to download and everyone can use that to assess the students' product with different dimension, with different mode. And you can tweak because we have different contexts and our students' level and your teaching goals are different. And so it can vary from one context to another, and you can just tweak it and to make it your own.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Giving link of the paper in the dialog box in this screen. So the questions already answered. Okay, so by having rubric of different modes for the assessment, is that right, Prof? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now we go to the next question from Bapak F.Ek Risang Baskara from Universitas Sanata Dharma in Yogyakarta, Central Java. No, sorry, DIY. Yeah. The question for Prof. Ye, acknowledging the increasing importance of nurturing students' multiliteracies through multimodal projects in higher education and considering the emergence of generative AI, such as GPT-4 and other advanced technologies, how can educational institutions strategically integrate AI-driven multimodal learning experiences to foster not only linguistic competence, but also digital, visual, and spatial literacies, thereby crafting a comprehensive curriculum that aligns with the multidimensional communication demands of contemporary society? So I think that, okay.
Yeah, it's also a very good question. As I mentioned that this advanced knowledge actually are emerging and just started from last November. This GPT thing and other emerging tech just appear. So everything it changed our teaching pedagogy. And so last semester, actually, I have integrated ChatGPT in my 3 courses. And one of the courses for in-service teacher. So I have my in-service teacher to use GPT to create lesson plan. And they need to integrate different AI, not only GPT, they also need to integrate another PowerPoint AI generated software called Gamma, GEMMA. Okay, so actually with this generated AI, it saves our time because the design PowerPoint can be done in just seconds, and we can use that as a good model to share with students why is this a good multi-model presentation. And this linked to earlier question about assessment. So with the guideline and rubric in mind, okay, no matter it's student-generated PowerPoint or AI-generated PowerPoint, we have the guideline to guide them. Which one suits the audience better and which one attract audience better. So I would say just incorporate and integrate all the emerging AI with the idea in mind. I want my student to be knowledge I don't want them to be knowledge consumer. I want them to become knowledge generator. Yeah. So these are only these two are affordance that help them to achieve the goal.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Very comprehensive answers. Yeah. You want the learners to be the knowledge generator. Okay.
Yes.
Bapak Rizang Baskara. So I hope that it's already answered your questions. Now we go to the next question. From Ibu Wahyu Puji Lestari. Yeah. She is from Universitas Negeri Semarang. And also a teacher. So this is practitioners of secondary schools, yeah, in senior high school. I have tried to implement this type of multimodal projects to my students. For example, in materials about advertisement, they come up with posters, brochures, short animation videos, short videos, and even some cinematic videos. The questions are, how can we determine that their work is original, or they may just pick some things from the internet? Some products are difficult for me to say as original work, but some are easy to find out that it's totally original. And then the second, to what extent we can tolerate materials that might be taken from any sources on the internet or television?
Yeah, these are also very good questions. And these two questions are integrated because I would remind my students to always cite the original source. The example about the temple, the first example that we watch, actually they take part of the documentary film from the temple because some of the existing sources or like YouTube video, music, they need to know where they are. And some of them are free to use, some of them are not. You need to copyright it. So this part we can just share with them how to cite it. Like you can use ChatGPT too, but you need to know how to cite it, recognize the original resource. And I don't quite care about if that's original because that's not the goal. The goal is for them to introduce local culture in all sorts of multimodality in order to promote our culture. That's the goal. So these are all the learning process, and I would just say just help them to cite the source and recognize the original source, because some of them are original because they need to write the storyline, they need to write the documentary content, but we cannot expect them to create the music to go with the video. Yeah, so they need to have the ability to find free and copyrighted music to go with it. Yeah, so this is how I do it with their project.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. I think it's enough for the three questions. Yeah. Well, I also have a question actually, Prof. Yeah. Well, by the way, Ibu Wahyu Lestari, I think it's already answered the questions. The answers is really comprehensive, and I think it's clear enough. Yeah. So actually, we can adapt. Yeah, we can adapt the I mean, the resources, yeah, from the internet. So we can, guide the learners, okay, by giving the way how to adapt the original resources. I think that's also a way to, cope with this difficulty. Is that right, Prof? Yeah.
Yes, yes. And now I have already found the reference for the professor who raised the question about the assessment and the rubric. And yeah, the reference is in the dialog box that you can copy and paste. Or if you need me to send you a copy, you can email me and I can send you this published work. So you can use the rubric to evaluate. And you can even use that for peer feedback. Because the teacher doesn't need to be the only reader or only evaluator. Because this way you can raise the awareness by having each other as a viewer for peer assessment.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very kind of you giving our resources in the chat board. So ladies and gentlemen, so you can use the link of the paper from Prof. Yeah. Well, we are about ready to end the presentation, the second plenary session of Prof. Yes, paper presentation. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are about to end the second plenary session from Prof. Dr. Hui Chen Ye. So regarding the multimodal projects, okay, learners can actually value the digital technologies in their learning as the multimodality exploitation to improve their multiliteracies and nurturing the sociocultural context. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to say big thank to Professor Dr. Hui Chen Ye for her very beneficial, and I think it's a very inspiring presentation, and it's also a challenging for all of us as the lecturers, as the secondary school teachers, yeah, to maybe imitate, adapt, or get the knowledge, yeah, of the Prof. Ye's presentation in this second plenary session. So thank you for all the participants for the very active discussion in this session. So ladies and gentlemen, let us give applause to Prof. Ye as our speaker today by giving applause emoticon in your screen. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
much.
Yeah, and on behalf of the committee, I would like to deliver our appreciation in the form of certification to Prof. Ye. Okay, committee, is there any certification from the committee for, well, maybe later, Prof. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You very much. Now I would like to turn the screen to Madam Master of Ceremony. Yes, Bu Umi. Master of Ceremony? Now the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Novi.
Iklan.
Okay, Ibu Novi, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished joining engaging discussion with Professor Hui Chen Ye, PhD. Thank you very much as well for Ibu Novia who has guided the discussion session. And now we will present the digital certificate for Professor Hui Chen Ye. Okay, thank you. So we have finished having insightful discussion in the first and second plenary session. All presenters and participants now may prepare for the parallel session. And before we start the parallel session, let me remind all the participants about the house rules. At the transition from a plenary to a parallel session or from a parallel session to another parallel session, participants or presenters will be given 5 minutes to rename their Zoom account following the format of breakout room number underscore name. For example, R1 underscore Budiawan. The naming will be used by the committee to assign the presenters or participants to the chosen room in case there is problem encountered. The list of parallel rooms and presenters in which they belong to can be referred to the presentation schedule sent to the presenters and participants before the conference via email. Ladies and gentlemen, later please gather in the main room at 1 to join the plenary session 3 with Raul Alberto Mora, PhD. Thank you and enjoy your parallel session.
Change. Change is real. It is there to guide us to be more mature. Founded in 1965, Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform into one of the nation's proud state universities. Like a tree, its roots penetrate deeply into the values and traditions of the nation. Its leaves are born to many great young talents. UNES' vision is to become the world's reputable university, to be a pioneer of educational brilliance with a conservation perspective. This is the vision that guides us to carry out the three dharma of higher education: education, research, and community service. The change in institutional status from Badan Layanan Umum to Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum brought real changes in the academic, institutional, and cultural fields. The greater the autonomy, the more achievements are achieved. Leaner in organizational governance, more real in work and contribution. Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum is like a golden bridge. We are moving faster for achieving international reputations, educational excellence, and conservation insight.
Perubahan menjadi PTNBH membuat Universitas Negeri Semarang lebih fleksibel dalam memanfaatkan sumber daya yang ada, sehingga kita bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk bangsa dan negara tercinta.
9 faculties and 1 postgraduate school are bridges for young Indonesians to realize their dreams. Faculty of Education and Psychology, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Sports Science, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Law, and the youngest, Faculty of Medicine. The accelerated development of facilities and infrastructure are signs of our passion to serve others. Healthy governance is a proof of sincere dedication from our heart. This is Universitas Negeri Semarang, home to young Indonesian talents who are ready to grow and contribute to the wider society.
Di UNES, kami bukan hanya mempelajari ilmu pengetahuan, kami juga belajar tentang pengabdian, agar di kemudian hari kami bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk kemajuan Indonesia.
The network of cooperation on 5 continents has strengthened its work to become the pride of Indonesia's educational institutions. Creativity, values, and intention are reflected into the work. Knowledge and innovation are the foundation of its dedication. Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform. We welcome a new and brighter day of future. For the nation, for Indonesia, for human civilization.
There's many things I wish I didn't do, but I continue learning. I never meant to do those things to you, and so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know I found the reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and a reason is you. I'm sorry that I hurt you. It's something I must live with every day, and now the pain I put you through, I wish that I could take it all away and be the one who catches all your tears. That's why I need you to hear I found the reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and the reason is you, and the reason is you. I'm not a perfect person. I never meant to do those things to you, and so I have to say before I go, that's why I need you to know I found the reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and the reason is you. I found the reason to show a side of me you didn't know, a reason for all that I do, and the reason is you.
Change is real. It is there to guide us to be more mature. Founded in 1965, Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform into one of the nation's proud state universities. Like a tree, its roots penetrate deeply into the values and traditions of the nation. Its leaves are born to many great young talents. UNNES's vision is to become the world's reputable university, to be a pioneer of educational brilliance with a conservation perspective. This is the visions that guides us to carry out the three dharma of higher education: education, research, and community service. The change in institutional status from Badan Layanan Umum to Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum brought real changes in the academic, institutional, and cultural fields. The greater the autonomy, the more achievements are achieved. Leaner in organizational governance, more real in work and contribution. Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum is like a golden bridge. We are moving faster for achieving international reputations, educational excellence, and conservation inside.
Perubahan menjadi PTNBH membuat Universitas Negeri Semarang lebih fleksibel dalam memanfaatkan sumber daya yang ada, sehingga kita bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk bangsa dan negara tercinta.
9 faculties and 1 postgraduate school are bridges for young Indonesians to realize their dreams. Faculty of Education and Psychology, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Sports Science, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Law, and the youngest, Faculty of Medicine. The accelerated development of facilities and infrastructure are signs of our passion to serve others. Healthy governance is a proof of sincere dedication from our heart. This is Universitas Negeri Semarang, home to young Indonesian talents who are ready to grow and contribute to the wider society.
Di UNES, kami bukan hanya mempelajari ilmu pengetahuan, kami juga belajar tentang pengabdian, agar di kemudian hari kami bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk kemajuan Indonesia.
The network of cooperation on 5 continents has strengthened its work to become the pride of Indonesia's educational institutions. Creativity, values, and intention are reflected into the work. Knowledge and innovation are the foundation of its dedication. Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform. We welcome a new and brighter day of future. For the nation, for Indonesia, for human civilization.
Awe dadi Good afternoon, Bu Ines. Good afternoon, Dr. Raul.
Good afternoon. Well, in my case, good morning.
Oh, I see.
Good morning,
Okay.
Raul.
Yeah.
Puji is
Puji.
here. Hi.
Hi. So good to see you again.
Same here. This time virtually.
I know it. Yeah. Yeah. This time virtually. Hopefully, at some point, I'll be able to
Yes.
go do some work with you in Indonesia. That would be a
Come
dream.
here.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. We have to figure out if we can find out how.
Sure.
I-
Yeah. Following
gotta-
Jane's steps.
I'm just saying, I just bought myself a couple of, about a month ago, I got myself a new duffel bag. Very shiny, very nice. I got a nice suit, got a nice duffel bag to pack my clothes. So I like, it's a good reason just to find a way to go there.
Yeah, and I'd like to introduce you to your moderator, my
Oh,
colleague
wonderful.
Arif. Hello, Pak Arif.
Good morning, Arif.
I'd like you to meet my friend Raul. Seems like
Good morning. Do you hear my voice?
yeah.
Yeah, we can hear your voice. You seem frozen.
Yeah, the audio, the video is frozen.
Can you hear my voice, Bu?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Mhm.
Oh,
But I think your video got a little problem, Pak Arif. Oh, now it's fine now.
well, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, yeah, Dr. Raul. So it's very nice for me to see you here in this conference. Yeah. So this is the 12th conference for our departments, and then in this event, yeah, I will be the moderator. So Bu Puji and I are colleague, yeah, from the same department.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Bu Ines, suaranya udah bagus ya?
Yes. Bagus.
Okay. So what time actually in your country?
It's
Dr. Raul?
right now it's well, first of
Yes.
all, you can just forgo the doctor thing. It's Raul is perfect,
Oh,
okay?
Raul, yeah. Okay.
Please. And second of all, it's 7:56. So
Oh,
just as an anecdotal thing, I'm basically in the second room in this one of the rooms in the apartment. I had to lock the door, and Paulina, my spouse, and our two dogs, Connor and Duncan, they are in the other bedroom. So look, they're probably sleeping. I just have to close the door so as not to disturb them. So we had to make some arrangements because of this, but it's worth it. So happy to be joining you this morning / afternoon
Right.
for this conference.
I see your
Alright,
friends
right.
back there, including.
Oh, I got a few of them. Yeah, there are a bunch of them over here. So, could I try sharing my screen for 1 second
Yes, of
just
course.
to make sure? Yeah, just to make sure I let me see. Wait, let me just see. Okay, and I'm just gonna move this over here. Can everybody see? Okay, just making
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stop sharing then. Let me just quickly. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can see the screens are moving. So I'll stop sharing for a second. Yeah, to make sure it worked. So yeah, excellent.
You can. We still have 3 minutes, Raul. Perhaps you can finish your breakfast.
Oh, not a breakfast. This is just my coffee. I'll probably have breakfast. I mean, we'll have breakfast after this. I mean, after this. I mean, after this, there's not much going on except just watching the World Cup.
How about your classes back home, Colombia? You're done?
No, we're just getting started. I mean,
really?
Yeah, we're already in week 4, so we already got 4 weeks of classes in the undergrad program. I think I'll have my doctoral class in September. I need to look at the schedule because we're right now still working out some details with the students and with student admissions. Yeah, Fridays are gonna be my crazy teaching day because I have a class at 1 o'clock my time in Colombia, and then I have a class at 9 o'clock my time in Mexico. I'm teaching literacy seminar at the University of Guadalajara in Mexico. So that's gonna be fun because it's literacy, and I get to teach it. In this time I want to teach it in Spanish, so that should be fun.
So you're basically teaching during the summer.
Well, the concept of summer in some parts of the tropics it can be a little sketchy. Like,
I know
we just get a few days off, a few weeks off, but so in some places we don't have the extended summer vacation that they have in other places. So as I said, we're really down in the first month of classes. It is what it is. So we just make the best we can.
Yeah, in our case, we are still in our semester break, and our classes will start in a week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, 1 week. That's when I start. Next Friday is when I start in Mexico. They're still on break, so I'll have to get ready for my class this weekend. But I'm always looking forward to that. Always looking forward to the opportunity to exchange ideas with students. It's always fun.
It's 1 o'clock here. So I think I'm gonna hand it over to my colleague Arif. Pak Arif?
Sudah Bu ya. Sudah Bu. Can you hear my voice, Bu?
Yes.
Okay.
Very clear.
Okay, so it's already what is that? At 1. It's better for us to start the sessions. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for everyone, and good morning for Raul in these special occasions. Yeah, we are very happy that we would like to learn many things from you. And then on behalf of the organizing committee, I will be the moderator in this session. And then I would like to introduce myself. My name is Arif. I'm from the English department of UNES. Yeah, I'm from the same department with Bu Puji. And then before we start our sessions, for everyone here, we would like to introduce his complete name is Raul, a Fulbright alumnus and former English school teacher. Dr. Raul earned his PhD degree from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, USA. And now he associate professor at the School of Education and Pedagogy at Universidad Pontificia Bolivariana in Colombia. Although he now resides in Trondheim, Norway. His work is in literacy research, second language studies, sociocultural theories, critical discourse analysis, and qualitative inquiry. He now serves as the chair of the the transnational critical literacy for having Raul in this seminar or conference. And then for Raul, you will have around 40 minutes to be presenting your topic, and then followed by Q&A for 20 minutes. And then this is the rule for the audience. So if you have questions, you can raise your hand, yeah, and asking the questions for role Zoom, yeah. And then without further ado, let's now we have Raul to have the presentations. Raul, the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And all the way from Trondheim, Norway. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum to everybody in attendance. It is a pleasure. It is a pleasure and an honor to be joining you this afternoon across the miles and across the virtuality. So I will begin. I'll start sharing my screen right now. Here we go. Okay, and so welcome again to this plenary address that I have titled "How to Humanize English Language Teaching? Let Teachers Embody Theory. Let them play with theory." Before I go on into the heart of the matter, I always think it's important to take a moment to acknowledge, in the case of the Literacy and Second Languages Project, that our research lab and a lot of our research operates in places that are also ancestrally inhabited by indigenous peoples in Colombia, as the case of the Embera, the Senu, and the Kundatulin originary peoples, and in the case of Trondheim in Norway, ancestrally inhabited by the Sami peoples of this land. And obviously, all the other originary peoples that are around the world. We always like to keep them in mind in our work and try to honor the cultural legacies, the linguistic legacies that they have left upon us, and the challenge to, through whatever we do as researchers, as teachers, as mentors, we can help contribute to living a better world than the way we found it. I will go into my presentation in 4 points. So first, I'll try to contextualize a little bit some of the teaching discourses and what got me into preparing this address for this conference. Then I'll talk a little bit about those 2 points that I mentioned in the title, the idea of theory as embodiment and the idea of theory as play, and then a final reflexivity about what this means for all of us in the sense of trying to build community beyond borders, as we are doing, let's say, through this presentation. So the first point, it's thinking about this context of teaching discourses and our relationship with theory and how we have, sometimes we have established an unnecessary love-hate relationship with it. In every section, I'll include a quote from scholar that that's inspired some of my work and my thoughts about theory. So I want to start with Paulo Freire. And I really like this long quote from Pedagogy of Hope, where Freire is very clear about the nexus between teaching and research and how we cannot disconnect one from the other. And how I like, in particular, it says one inhabits the body of the other. So there is this embodiment already in these ideas about teaching and research and theory that Paulo Freire talks about, and how those things need to be present. All those things need to be present in teacher preparation. They need to be present in professional development. They need to be present in everything we do in the classroom. So one question is, well, what does it mean to humanize our field? And there have been a lot of conversations recently about artificial intelligence. I'm guilty as charged. I mean, I've been part of those conversations. So that's why I said, I'm not going to talk about that today because, well, I've already written, and this is part of a cover from an article I wrote with a colleague in the US for Literacy Today from the International Literacy Association. So I'm like, yeah, why talk about AI when I can talk about something else? But yeah, a lot of the conversations are related to artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, and it's important to address that they're there, but not today. I want to really talk about this idea of humanizing as empowering, and this empowerment through conceptual ownership and through understanding this idea of praxis in the classroom as this theory-driven agency in the practices that we do, that we engage in our class. But then it's also important to point out that we have this weird sometimes relationship with theory. And there's an asterisk that says theory, it says it also includes research. So when I talk about theory, I'm not talking about theory in a vacuum. I'm talking about theory as something that connects with research and connects with teaching. And on the one hand, sometimes we have these courses that say teachers don't need theory. Teachers need to know what to do. Teachers need the handout. Teachers need the solution. Teachers need the recipe. They don't need theory. They don't need to start theorizing. They need the solutions. So we consider that necessary. We say it's irrelevant for the things you do. No, you need to know how the technique. You need to know the trick. And I'm like, yeah, but the trick and the technique, there are theories behind it. There are schools of thought that are supporting that. Why are we not giving them to teachers? And that's the other point, that then we make it unreachable. Like, no, you cannot find it. It's unavailable. It's unreachable. No, teachers cannot do theory. We just cannot, even sometimes in the discourse, we say teachers are incapable of theorizing. So that, like, for me, is problematic. And then I start asking the question of what role we play, those of us who are teacher educators, those of us who do research, those of us who are mentoring undergrad students, those of us who are mentoring grad students, those of us who are mentoring doctoral students. What is our role in this? Are we complicit in these structures of unneeded irrelevance, unreachedness, and unavailability? Or are we collectively going to come together and try something else? And that's one of the big questions that I had, like, I'm talking about 13 years ago when I finished my doctoral program. Well, that sounds like a long time ago already. But yeah, this question of, okay, what am I going to do? And I started thinking of that as I not only chartered the Literacy and Second Languages Project, but also as I started thinking and creating what is a concept called literacy in second languages, as this subheading says, as a gateway to this embodiment in play. And to understand literacy in second languages, first I have to explain what we mean by second language literacy. And the traditional understanding of second language literacy, in particular in Eltlt, it's always this idea of developing reading and writing skills in a second language. So it's about reading comprehension, it's about composition, it's about that. And that's something we have to do. I'm not saying that if teachers are engaging in second language literacy, they're doing it wrong. No. I'm just saying that's important, but we can go beyond this. And the going beyond is what literacy in second languages is about. So first of all, it's understanding, so the three elements, the exploration, implementation, and adaptation, and paradigm shifts. So when I think about literacy in second languages, I'm talking about looking at these new places and these new language configurations that we see in physical and virtual spaces, where second language users, like many of us in the audience, we live and operate. A lot of us walk in cities, and our cities are surrounded by languages, including our native languages, local languages, indigenous languages, second languages, and all those make part of our life in the city. A lot of us operate in virtual spaces. We move around social media. We move around blogging and microblogging sites. Some of us are engaged in the culture of video games and in gaming communities. Fandom. We do a lot of things in virtual spaces as second language users. And it's important to recognize and really characterize what that looks like and how that can help us later in terms of instructional practices. The second element of this concept is this idea, and this dovetails directly into the conversation we're having today. It's how we not simply tell teachers, okay, this is how you do multimodality. This is how you do multiliteracies. This is how you do critical literacy, but more, look, this is what critical literacy is. This is what multimodality is. This is what gaming looks like. Now, let's think about it together. and see how you can take that concept and use it as a building block for your curricular practices, for your teaching practices, for your all your instructional practices, for your pedagogical outlook. And that kind of helps us look at second languages in different ways, sometimes more creative ways, sometimes more innovative ways, sometimes unexpected ways, as it happens in schools and it happens out of schools. As we think about this relationship with theory, then it's important to also, and through this work, then I want to propose a three-pronged approach. And I like this idea, this image of the metaphor of the fork as a three-pronged approach. How we can rekindle this relationship with theory. And once again, when I say theory, I'm thinking teaching, I'm also thinking research. Those three, again, Paulo Freire said it clearly, we cannot detach those. So there are three things when it comes to theory, research, and everything in between that should be part of this. So first of all, it's about reading. So it's about reading theory. So reading about research is about developing a culture where we make that content accessible to teachers, to make it available to teachers, that they can read it, that they can actually understand. Think about that. Oh, I can use theory, I can read about theory, and I can read as a consequence about research, and that can inform my practice. That my practice should not be a theoretical. That there should be a skeleton that sustains that body. I mean, thinking about embodiment, one of the first elements of a body is a body has a skeleton that allows me to move and stand and not just simply drop on the ground. And that part of that skeleton is the reading, is developing a culture that we read research and we read about theory to guide our decisions, which leads to the second point, using it. So it's using theory, it's using research to move my instructional practices. But and then it's thinking about doing theory. It's thinking about doing research, how we can theorize from our classrooms, how we can theorize in our classrooms, how we can engage with our students in this culture of we are theorizing together and we are creating theory together. So that's kind of like the initial context. And now let's go into the next 2 points. So the first one, it's notion of theory as embodiment. And I'll talk about this through two particular moments, ownership and building. Here, I will also offer a lovely quote by the late Bell Hooks. And I really like this idea about the potential, when Hooks talks about the possibilities of theory as healing, these possibilities of theory as a means of improvement. So again, when I say embodying the theory, it means the theory is not something that operates in isolation from me. And it doesn't operate in isolation from the context. It doesn't operate in isolation from society. It is informed by me. It's informed by society. It is informed by the things my students do. And together they help. We can start finding ways to create change in our classroom and change in our communities. So that's an important consideration, that theory is not something that it's detached from me. Theory is part of me. So it's creating a new way. When I say making theory approachable, it's in the sense that, teachers can read the theory and they can make sense of the theory, but we have to give them the chance to manipulate the theory. But the first thing, and the experiences I'm sharing are experiences that we have been doing in my research lab, working with pre-service teachers and practicing teachers for over a decade. And one of the first elements, and this was one of the very first things we did, was this notion of conceptual ownership. And it's the question, okay, when teachers, and I stopped, because this question literally was a question that someone posed, or someone brought it to my attention around 2014. And the question is, when teachers talk about theory, who's doing the talking? Is it teachers simply parroting the words they read in the paper, or what they heard their mentors say, or are they taking stock in the theory that they're reading? So I face this question of conceptual ownership because I felt my students are talking about literacy, but they're not feeling it. And I need to find a way, a tangible way, to get them to feel that theory, to get that feel for the game. I'm thinking now little Bourdieu here, this idea of the feel for the game. And the feel for the game came through this micro-writing experience we have called the LSLP micropapers. So the micropapers are web-based publication where everybody in our lab, or almost everybody in our lab, has written a one-page paper that introduces concepts that become part of our work. We make sure that these papers are non-academic tone, but they're grounded in the reading. So once again, reading the theory to use the theory. And there is a peer review sense, in the sense that they have to go through multiple reviews of the drafts when they get published. In order for us to really make sense of how this theory operates, we created 3 sections for the micropapers. One where they define the term in 2 or 3 paragraphs. No quotations, so whatever they write is their working definition of that concept. Then they reflect on how that concept relates to our research, to the different research lines that we have on literacy in the city, video games in schools, or in some cases their own undergraduate projects, their own thesis projects. And then we always offer a reflexivity about how the larger field of second language studies may benefit from a concept like this. Physically, this is what they look like. So this is one of my most recent micropapers. So we use the micropapers also to, within this idea of playing with theory and other theory, also understanding the social conventions of academic literacies and the social conventions of the academic community. Things as practical as, oh, everybody has to have an ORCID number now, an ORCID ID now, because, well, all researchers around the world have to have one. It's become standard, become a norm, and sure, I could raise some questions about that, but sometimes I think, well, is that the hill I want to die on today? So instead I said, well, all my researchers studied this year, it's mandatory. Even my undergrads. My undergrads join LSLP on Monday, they should have an ORCID ID by Wednesday. Because that's also part of getting them ready with those practical tools to navigate those spaces where they hopefully will operate for a while. So once we have, so this is one element, conceptual ownership, like, okay, I'm going to talk about these things, but I'm going to talk about them in ways that are approachable and ways that make sense to me, but simply replicating or taking stock of what others have said, it's one step, but that's not where we want to go really. Where we really want to go is this notion of concept building. So it's like moving from simply remixing ideas or rehashing or paraphrasing and moving into now, okay, now that we have a sense of conceptual ownership, can we take that ownership and turn it into our own homegrown, grassroots, made in Colombia for the world frameworks that we kind of can say very pretentiously, yeah, we can export coffee and we can also export theory. Sure, probably coffee brings more profit to my country, but I know that the theory we're building is also, people are paying attention to it internationally, so it counts. And one of the first concepts we developed was this notion of the city as literacy. And this is our understanding of how the city and us as people who live in it, we have these multiple relationships that are influenced by the languages but the multiple languages that we find wherever we go. The multiple languages we find in airports, and we find at the mall, and we find in the bookshop, and we find at a restaurant, and the different languages that people are using for conversation in clubs and in coffee shops, and the way we interact with social media, that helps us create new ways to look at the city. And I wanted to show here how through our reading and through the contributions that multiple researchers have done over the years, the framework is constantly evolving. And it's constantly evolving in the sense of, first of all, let's say the design that we choose, what we bring to the design. And now, for example, thanks to possibilities that we can find in artificial intelligence image creators, not simply show you the concepts, but begin to show you, okay, this is thinking of graphic representations that really show the complexity of the relationship. So right now, this was the latest version of our current research project, where we decided to use tensegrity figures to show and to really think about how many ways can we read these concepts and how they feed into our research. So there are multiple relationships, and every one of our researchers see this in a different way. And bringing those multiple views makes our research stronger. So this was one of the first concepts we developed. Then when we started doing the research of video games, we also created a second concept, which is called language as victory, where we conceptualize this notion of language from linguistic, aesthetic, and semiotic vantage points. And then we think about this notion of victory, not simply as winning and just win the game, but in the sense of victory also means that you want to stick around. Like, why do people stick around playing video games forever? It's because there is something there that is appealing. There's an experience. And then how we can look at that, how gamers get immersed in the games and they get attached to the games and they develop this commitment to the games, how we can bring that into what we do in language education. So now we're moving gradually into looking at ideas about gamification, and through this framework, how as we're moving from being pre-service teachers to being practicing teachers who are gamers, or gamers who became teachers, whichever way you want to frame it, it's going to end the same way, what we can bring to those classrooms. And then from different concepts we have created from our experience in classrooms, the most recent one was this idea of multimodal conscientização that drives from an initial notion we coined as multimodal critical consciousness, but we decided to start going deeper into looking at the work of Paulo Freire and how Freire talks about conscientização as this idea of how through this criticality and this critical design, through multimodal texts, we can turn the classrooms into places where we can have deeper conversations. That as our students are learning the language, they can also have deeper conversations about culture and about the environment and about social stuff. And they can take stock. Preschool children, elementary school children, they can take stock about environmental issues. It's just that they won't be able to use certain kinds of vocabulary that adults can't use, but they can draw and they can paint. And through drawing and painting and talking, they can express those issues. They can take stock on those issues. So that's kind of like this notion of multimodal conscientização. So these are concepts that behind this, obviously, behind this, there is a lot of reading. And I think it's important to keep that in mind, that there is a lot of reading behind this that we have done. Then when we think about theory as play, and how that operates in our classrooms and our research, I want to just bring up this quote by Bettina Love when she talks about this idea of what theory can do and how theory can help me explain the world and how I can use theory as a gateway into socially just teaching practices. I like this idea at the end when it says theory helps us understand that our job is not to move mountains, but to outmaneuver them. That sometimes it's about how we navigate the spaces and how we move around the spaces and how theory and practice in our classrooms, it's how we can turn our classrooms into research sites and how we can turn research labs into mentoring sites. So all the work that I'm going to show you in this, or the examples I'm going to talk about quickly in this section, they come from one of our three teams, from Team LILE, Literacy and Language Education in the P20 context. So once again, I said, first of all, you go from conceptual ownership to concept building. So prior to all the things that teachers did in the classrooms, they had to start thinking about it, and they turned that into a series of micropapers. So all of these micropapers are, the authors are school teachers or former school teachers who have become teacher educators. So the definitions come directly from their experiences, and their experiences and their interplay with theory then turns into particular practices where they start thinking about how I can use critical literacy, like Gloria did, in terms of the aesthetic elements that are part of critical literacy, or like Margarita did, how I can use critical literacy when I'm having my students write journals to reflect about the world, or how Diego and Natalia are doing that. They are using critical literacy to create this larger sense of consciousness in their students, or as in the case of Diego, how bringing critical literacy and queer theory together helps us make sense of particular issues of other communities. And then also how that moves into higher ed. So how we can move critical literacy to the efforts of teaching languages, as Cami and Jacqueline are doing, that they're using critical literacy to think about, reflect on how to prepare, how to help teachers in professional development, how to use Instagram as a tool of digital storytelling from a critical component. Ellison is looking at this idea of literacies as resistance and re-existence in his dissertation. Eduardo has been moving into critical literacy as a component of his teacher education efforts. Then we have this idea of multiliteracy and multimodality, and how those multis can transform classroom practices when we add critical components to them, when we think about affinity spaces, when we use multiliteracies, as was the case of Monica, a very successful case, where she has used the idea of multiliteracies not simply to rethink her classroom, but the ripple effect in a public school where her work now is, other teachers are coming to build a community together. And using multiliteracy's theory, they are enacting changes in the curriculum. And what I'm saying right now doesn't even do justice to the incredible work in the case of Monica and the others. I'm just summarizing. At some point, we have some of their stories are available. Shameless plug, I'm sorry, but that are available on our YouTube channel. So people might want to check that out and hear the stories directly from my researchers. And this notion of culturally relevant and sustaining literacies, this idea of how we create these cultures of excellence, how when we work with public school students, when we work with pre-service teachers, we engage them in this culture, this idea of excellence, and how we think about culture from multiple perspectives that also keep in mind the local realities, and how the local realities intersect with the languages we're using, and how through that we can rethink the way we talk about in our classrooms. And then it's also important, as I said, theory also involves research. And the work we do is in my research lab is we think about research, and we think about ways to get my students really into doing research. Not as a chore or simply as, oh, they're my research assistants or they're my minions, so to speak. No. It's to start seeing themselves as researchers in their own right. And one of the things we have done is the idea of looking at ethnographic research in this new sense of expertise building that sometimes, and it's happened to us that some of my researchers talk about ethnography and they talk about expertise, and people say, well, but you're too young. How can you be an expert? You just in college. How can you be an expert? And I'm like, well, first of all, it depends how you understand expertise. If I'm talking about the expertise of research on social media, my students are, they're the experts. I'm not. When it comes to navigating the cultural fandom, say, for example, the cultural fandom and what it means, for example, to talk about Taylor Swift, I'm learning from them. They're the ones teaching me everything I need to Taylor Swift. I don't know anything. My music is from the 80s. They're the ones teaching me now. And in turn, I teach them how to do research. So there is this teach and learning, this mentoring that happens in both ways. They teach me the lingo, they teach me the expressions, they navigate spaces where I cannot go, or I wouldn't go, or I would look weird if I went because I'm older. And they help me navigate those spaces. So there is this sense of expertise and connoisseurship that happens as the consequence of this. So we rethink through ethnography work, we start rethinking our relationship. And organically, we start rethinking these meanings of experts and connoisseurs. And I just wanted to throw in that little, while I was preparing the presentation, I remember that quote from Loki in Avengers Infinity War. I consider experience. And that experience is important as building expertise. And we explore multiple ways of doing ethnography. So we have played a little bit with urban ethnography. We have played with digital, ethnography, diethnography, as ways to help us bring our own stories as data and as part of the interpretive process. Simply that because we are part of this, because we are part of the city, because we play video games, because we read, because we listen to music. Why would I dismiss the experiences of a wonderful team of researchers like this just because, they're undergrad, but they have a lot to offer when you start rethinking that relationship. And then there is this notion of the work we do at LAV with video games, and this idea of that we're going to literally gamify. It's not just that we're doing gamifying research. No, we're gamifying the research. So it means that in our theme, we start thinking, okay, how can we do this differently? If we think about research as gamers, and if we think about research as a video game, what would that look like? And we start having conversations about how gaming operates, how people play video games as a team, and what it means to think ourselves as a team as if we were not simply doing a research project, but the research project were a video game. How would those roles look like? And even in the process of writing, how could we gamify the writing process? And then so can look at the roles. And then the lead author, the second author, the supporting authors, they have the same roles that they would have in a video game. So we talk about the idea of the tank as the healer offering the kind of support, and DPS helping with particular roles. And isn't that what we do as authors? If you're like the last authors, you help with some of the technical stuff, the references and APA, and sometimes the lead author takes on, and then second authors offer. We have multiple ways to think of the co-authoring process. And we just decided we look at the video game culture to help us rethink our research. Now, just to begin, as they say in the flights, begin our descent, couple of thoughts about what this means in terms of community building. And I like to start with this thought from the Handbook of Critical Literacies about our social responsibilities of academia, in the sense of that we need to find more and more ways to coalesce. And we need to find more and more ways to organize as at a grassroots level, not necessarily at the higher tiers of institutional levels, but more at the grassroots levels. And how when we humanize ELT through theory and with theory, once again, not forgetting that this also includes research, it's how we help teachers discover and reinvent theory, as opposed to simply giving them, because it's not about giving them the theory. Okay, here's what the theory is, and here's what you're going to do with it. It's more like, here's a theory, Play with it. See what you can come up with. There is a chance that with your experience and your life acumen, you may come up with better ways to do it than I have. And my researchers have come up with very creative ways that when they tell me, I'm like, why didn't I think of that? Sometimes I'm like, yeah, I should have thought of that, but it's your idea. Now let me help you take it to the next level. And it's how we transform our classrooms as sites of empowerment, sites of creation, sites of possibility. How theory and the theory that becomes pedagogy and the theory that becomes research and that research that becomes pedagogy becomes possibilities for empowerment, creation, and possibility. And then how we need now more than ever having these communities of learning, these communities of practice, these communities of affinity. That first of all, and again, build it, and kind of like the famous quote from that American sports movie, Field of Dreams, build it and they will come. It kind of goes like that. Build a community first and the research would follow. Build a community. Sometimes we worry too much about doing the research that we forget that we're also here to build communities. And that when you build a community, the research is going to be stronger. That when we build a community where we can have safe spaces for our students, what I can tell my students, Eltlt is a safe space for you, regardless of your credo or regardless of your creed or sexual orientation or identity, that this is a safe place where you can be yourself. Because this is a safe space for me to be myself. And we create a culture of care that when someone has a problem, when one of my students is sick, when one of our students loses a pet, and there is a sense of people rally to support that person. That in that sense, kind of going with the video game lingo, we all become healers. And again, think about why we're here. And I think those of us we call ourselves scholars, whatever that means. Why are we doing this? Are we simply thinking of scholarship means publication? Or can we think of something bigger for the meaning of scholarship, for the meaning of scholar? Who gets to be a scholar? Is it just us, the ones with the credentials and the degrees, or do we open that door for other people to think of themselves as scholars? And thinking about research beyond the big institutional projects, beyond the grants, those are necessary. There has to be a place for that. We need those sometimes to support communities. But there is a lot of grassroots research. There is a lot of zero budget research that is happening that is also transforming and helping transform education. And this idea of mentoring as a two-way relationship. And I was having a really long conversation on our walk on the fjord with Paulina, with my partner, about these relationships and what it means to be a teacher. And I'm kind of thinking, yeah, mentoring means how we learn from each other, how we learn with each other. That is not a one-directional. My mentoring with my lab is not one-directional. It goes in multiple directions. Because as I think about mentoring as a multi-directional, a multi-dimensional affair, what's going to happen is I can also begin to break cycles of dehumanization in schooling and education. But what's really important here is to recognize that this is just one example in one community, in one country. And this is not the only example. I mean, kind of paraphrasing John Lennon in this case, we don't think we're the only ones. We're just hoping that as we talk about this, more people tell us, oh, we're doing something like this. Let's exchange ideas. Oh, we're doing something like that. Let's talk. And that's the invitation here today, that we use this moment, we use this plenary, we use this conference as a way to build bridges, to build communities together. That some of the struggles of Colombian teachers are not that dissimilar of the struggles of Indonesian teachers, of our Norwegian teachers, as I noticed in my work recently, or as teachers in Africa, that there are common bonds. And as we find those common bonds, we can find better ways to humanize our field and we can find more creative ways to play with theory as a way of that humanizing, and we can find better ways to embody those theories as everything we are and we do. And with that, I think I have 20 seconds. I'm going to use those 20 seconds to express again my gratitude to the organizers, to Professor Pugliastuti for that beautiful invitation to join you this morning/afternoon. Anybody who wants to learn more about LSLP, you can contact us via email. You can check that link tree, linktr.ee/LSLP Legion, and that you're going to find all the links to our social media engine. So our website, YouTube channel, Instagram, and Twitter or X or whatever it's going to be called tomorrow. Yeah, that place, we're also there. So with that, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. And I look forward to the ensuing conversation. So thank you. So again, everybody, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Raul, for your insightful presentation. And I'm sure that our audience has learned a lot from you today. And then let's open the floor for questions from the audience. Yeah. Please, the audience, raise your hand if you have questions, or you can also write your question in the chat box. And then don't forget to state your name and also affiliations before asking the questions. Okay, please. If you have questions, you can raise your hand, state your name and also affiliations.
Questions, or simply we can engage in conversation. Sometimes it's nice to create the space where I'm happy to say I hear comments. I mean, it's not just, you don't have to say, it's not a question or of a comment. If you have a comment, just come ahead and say it, and let's have conversation around it. Because sometimes it's like, they know that classical practice of, well, it's not a question, it's more of a comment. No. If I have a comment, I'm happy to hear it. So it's not, there's nothing to disguise the comment into the that statement that we make so much fun of in academic circles. So questions or comments are please more than welcome. Issues that maybe want to raise that I'm going to take note and bring back to my team, because my team, on a very colloquial note, they dread when I go to a conference because I always come with more ideas. They're like, oh, there goes Raul with another idea. Yeah, that's what happens when you go to conferences. You get more ideas.
Okay. Before that, is it possible for me, Raul, to ask you one question?
Absolutely, please.
Yeah. Okay, so I still remember, yeah, this is my experience, yeah, when I was taking my undergraduate program, yeah. So our lecturers asked the students to read a lot, yeah. So at the time, yeah, it's around 2001, yeah, we read a lot of books. And then we learned a lot of theories about teaching, yeah, and educations, yeah. So at the time when we did practice, yeah, teaching for our students, we would be very careful, yeah, in doing the teaching process, yeah, with our students, yeah, because we were very afraid, yeah. This is not we, but I was very afraid that the way of my teaching in the class would not be related, yeah, to the theory. But now the students, yeah, in the current era, so they really like to do teaching directly. Yeah, sometimes they forget about the theory of what is that teaching, or the students learning development, for example. So my question is it a common, yeah, for these changing situations, or what's going on actually?
You mean what's going on actually?
You
mean what's going on with theory these days?
No, I mean in the past the students read a lot about the theories of teaching, yeah. And then now the students, it seems that they do not read a lot about the theories, but they really love practicing, yeah, teaching in the class directly. So I think that, yeah, I think that this is a new phenomenon.
I've been noticing some of that in the sense that, again, this discourse that teachers don't need theory, they just need the practice. And that seems to be a recurrent discourse in different contexts, this idea that, no, what I need is the tools. And I'm like, yeah, but the tools can only, the tools are only going to last you long enough. The theory is going to keep, and that's the thing that's important, how to make the theory something more. Again, I'm not saying that we have to water it down. We just have to find ways for students to make it more accessible to them. I don't ascribe to the idea that we have to water down the content. No, our students are capable. In our teacher education programs, our students are capable of handling heavy theory. It's just that first of all, we have to make it accessible to them. We have to make it available. And we have to give them enough of that. And also, it's also creating the culture. I think part of that is even looking back at what worked before. I'm always cautious not to go into really deep comparisons of past and present, because when you look at history, the grander scheme of things, and you start looking at history of education and literacy over thousands of years, then you realize that some of the things that sometimes we are so concerned about now are not concerns. When you look at them historically, when I look at them, 10 years, 20 years ago, sure. But when I look at them 5,000 years ago, it's like, that brings a different light. So I always like to look at all these particular concerns. I like to look at them historically, and I like to look at them over time. So when it comes to things about theory, when it comes to things about reading and writing, I like to go back 100 years. I like to go 1,000 years. I like to think about, okay, let's just go back to the dinosaurs and see what happened there. Because once you go and start looking at things over 1,000 years and 1 million years, you're like, yeah, maybe we're making much ado about nothing. So what I'm saying is sometimes it's like, no, we need to find ways to really get the students to play with it, because the other thing is, and that's one thing of these generations, is they have become more interested in the why. They have become more interested in the why, and they ask deeper questions. I heard this word in Russian called pachamuchka. And I love that. I like the idea of the pachamuchka because it's a person who asks too many questions. But when you read the meaning of that word, it's not a negative thing. It means a pachamuchka is a person that has an inquisitive mind. And I like that culture of why. I like the culture to create the culture of why, because the culture of why is deeply ingrained in critical literacy. Critical literacy is about creating the culture of why. Not simply the culture of what and how, but why. And then from why, we get into the what, and then we get into the how. Because sometimes we worry too much about the how, the practical stuff, the handout. No. Our students now, they're becoming more inquisitive. And if we create the culture of why, the culture of why is going to lead us into theory. Theory is the because. Theory, again, as bell hooks and Bettina Love and Paulo Freire, as I quoted, said, the culture of why leads me into the how and the how. It's how I use the epistemology to get into the instrumentality, and not the other way around. I've long argued, I cannot start from instrumentality and expect epistemology to happen. That, I've said before, going from instrumentality to epistemology, it's trying to retube toothpaste. I don't know if anybody here has been successful of retubing toothpaste. When you have children and they take a tube of and they squeeze it. If any of you has ever been successful in retubing toothpaste, please make a YouTube video, make a TikTok video, and get billions of views, because a lot of people want to know. But until someone figures out how to reduce toothpaste, then maybe for me, it's this from this way to this way. If from epistemology, I get into instrumentality, and an instrumentality that is sustainable. So I think that's the, so again, it's how we create that culture of why. And I think I want to link that culture, that this answer to that lovely question that I saw in the chat from Intan, how to conduct the good research to with low literacy understanding. And let me, I want to play with this question a little bit. And first of all, I don't necessarily use this. I mean, for me, good research is research that keeps in mind that I'm dealing with people, that I'm dealing with my surroundings, that has this ecological perspective, if you will, in the sense that when I do research, I'm hoping I can leave the place better than it was, or at least not to mess it up any further. That at worst, I'm not gonna mess it up any further than it already is. At best, I can leave it a little bit better. So that for me is good research that is informed by solid theory, that has good methods, and those are things that young learners can do. I mean, young learners, they can learn habits about even something as mundane as tidying up. And learning to tidy up is a gateway into good research. If you know how to tidy up, you know that you want to leave the place better than if you learn that idea that, oh, I have to clean up the table because I don't want to leave the table as a mess because it wasn't a mess when I got here. That's a gateway into good research. Now, when it comes to this idea of low literacy understanding, then we also have to start questioning what we mean by low literacy understanding. In the sense of what are we talking about here? Are we talking about the ability to write particular kinds of texts? Are we talking about the ability to read and comprehend certain types of texts? Because sometimes we talk about high literacy or low literacy from particular standards that dismiss what young learners bring to the table. If you read the literature in literacy, if you read critical literacy, they're very clear. There is no age requirement. There is no language level requirement. Multimodal theory begins from the notion that children are multimodal by nature. And even the question of read and write, what do we mean by reading and what do we mean by writing? How narrow or how broad that definition is. Students may not be able, they may not have mastered the full range of the logographemic, I like to call them logographemic languages, which is the languages where we write with letters or we write with characters, whichever that language is. So sometimes we use logographemic code that we call the letter. Sometimes we have the logographemic code we call a character, as some of the Asian languages and some African languages operate, or particular alphabetic codes that are different from, let's say, the Roman alphabet. That is one level of writing. But if you think, for example, in a much broader perspective, I like to think, drawing was the original form of writing that we first devised. And if there is one place that has a long history of writing beyond the logographemic, is Indonesia. I mean, from as far as I remember, one of the oldest examples of cave painting is Indonesia. It's like, I think if I remember on record that they have cave paintings that are dated 45,000 years ago, for 45,000 BC. So if there's one place that knows about writing, is Indonesia. You have been writing longer than the rest of us have. It's just that you don't call it writing, you just call it drawing. Drawing is just a form of writing with different means of representation. So once you broaden this understanding of reading and writing, you start finding ways to get the students engaged. A very nice example. It's one of the researchers I showed in slide, Andres. And he's been helping me a lot with this idea of multimodal conscientização. And he did a beautiful project with a group of first graders to get them through multimodal texts, get them engaged in environmental issues around the school. And the students were not able to write in the logographemic sense, but they were able to draw, and they were able to develop this consciousness about what's going on. And for me, the fact that he was able to mobilize a group of second graders to think about the environment and think about, maybe we need to plant, maybe we should go together and plant some trees around the school. That for me is very good research with very young learners, with emerging literacy understanding. So one of the first invitations is to start, be careful when we say low literacy, because sometimes, I mean, just because it's emerging doesn't mean it's low. So be careful, because sometimes low goes into deficit thinking, into abyssal thinking. I mean, for me, it's like, no, children have emerging literacy understanding. They still have a long ways to go. But if we start by not dismissing them because they're children, or not dismissing our undergrads because they're pre-service teachers, because the problem is that sometimes in academia we have this long-standing culture of dismissal. So we dismiss the children because they're young, and we dismiss our pre-service teachers because they're undergrads and they're still very young, and we keep dismissing everybody. Like, yeah, so how is that? So I mean, and I must have done myself my question. I'll be 15. I'll be 15 in May. Am I coming to that age where I'm not gonna be dismissed anymore? Am I getting into rage? Or what's going to happen next, or when do we stop dismissing people's thoughts as academics? Because we dismiss the undergrads, we dismiss the grad students, we dismiss the doc students, we dismiss the assistant professors, and like, yeah, when do we stop? So one of the things when I think about this idea of community building is breaking, and part of humanizing the field is breaking the culture of dismissal that sometimes it's so insidious in the work we do. So I think, Byron, I love the question. How we conducted, just the short answer to this little TED talk that I kind of had here is just by how to conduct it, just by conducting it. Just make sure that all of you take it seriously. Make sure that you do it well. And again, that you keep in mind that you want to leave the place better than you found it. And I think for me, that's the way to conduct quality research with young learners whose literacy is just beginning to emerge. But I love that question, because it gave me a lot of room to reflect. So thank you for that question, Intan. It was a beautiful question.
Okay, thank you, Rol. So hopefully that Rol answers the questions from Bu Intan. So I'm sorry, Rol. I think the time is what is that? Yeah, we need to end our sessions.
Of course.
Thank you, Rol, for your excellent answers and for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. And then I'm sure that our audience has gained a lot of valuable insight from you today. But let me summarize the main point from your presentations. The first is, we need to empower teachers to act as real professionals and further dignify their experiences. And then the second one is the need to read about the theory, use it and turn it into the teaching and research. And then the last is let the teachers embody theory, make it to their own, and then play and engage in real practice in their classroom is the way forward, for the teachers. And then once again, thank you, Rol, for your time and contributions. But before that, let's give a big applause to Dr. Paul. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Let me end our presentations, and I would like to say thank you for the organizing committee, and then I will give the time back for the MC. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Raul. I enjoyed your presentation a lot. Happy preparing for your TED Talk. When will it be?
Sorry?
Your TED Talk?
No, I was making that was a joke. That was making a joke that my answer went so long that it looked like a TED Talk.
Because I know someone in Trondheim who organizes TED Talk. So yeah, I thought you're preparing for that.
No, I wish. I can only wish, but maybe one day.
Okay, thank you once again, Raul. Terima kasih. Back to Miss Ella.
All right, and thank you, Greg. I'm leaving you now. Have a very good rest of the conference. Lots of success, and hopefully this is an opportunity to continue building this partnership, this fellowship across the miles. So everybody have a very good day. As we say in Norwegian, ha en god helg, have a good weekend, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished joining an engaging discussion with Raul Roberto Mora, PhD. Thank you very much as well for Pak Arif, who has guided the discussion session. As we have finished our plenary and parallel session today, it means that we are getting near to the end of the schedule today. For all participants, to get the certificate, you have to fill the link in the chat box, and it's the link for the day one. And tomorrow there will be new link for the day two. And thank you for joining today's event, and see you again tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Ella. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, everyone. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kamati. Well done.
Ayo,